Good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education for June 27th, 2023, and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4 on the closed session portion of the agenda. At this time, I'm going to call for public comment on the closed session items. Mr. Hoffman, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment and recess into closed session. We are back in session. Welcome to the school board meeting for the Elk Grove Unified School District for June 27th, 2023. I would like to report that the board met in closed session regarding with respect to item number 3, public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. The board is required to determine each year if the superintendent's job performance is satisfactory or unsatisfactory. During closed session, the board determined that the superintendent's job performance evaluation for the 2022-23 school year was satisfactory. All board members were present. The vote was 6 in favor and 1 abstention. Good evening. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings. Sir?
Who was that individual that voted no?
Thank you for the reminder. The abstention was Mr. Pettis.
It wasn't an exception. I voted no.
There's no discussion. That's a close.
Voted no.
There's, wow, okay. It was an abstention. So as I was saying, the Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Please bear with me as I read some information about the public comment process. During regular board meetings, the public may not make public comments on items on the agenda or items not on the, the public may make comments. Woo. Here I go changing the rules on everyone. The public may make public comments on items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The total amount of time allocated to public comments by the board will be limited with a total of 30 minutes designated for public comment per item. Public comments during regular board meetings may be made about items not on the agenda, but within the school district's jurisdiction. Public comment may be made on all items that are on the board agenda and will be heard when the selected item comes up. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total time beyond 3 minutes. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel safe, welcome, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. First item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to welcome up Ms. Amari Watkins, our new District Chief Financial Officer, to please lead us.
Thank you, Madam President. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Next, we have public comment for items not on the agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for items not on the agenda?
Yes.
No. All right, folks, we're going to work out some technical difficulties. Please bear with us. Mr. Hoffman, other duties as assigned. He's doing a fabulous job.
Thank you. Okay, try this again. Madam President, yes, we do have a couple of public comments via Zoom. First person up is Emelina Mendoza.
Okay, we can't find her.
Next person up is Florence DeKevin.
Go ahead, Florence, if you can unmute yourself, we're ready for you.
Hi, good evening, board
Mr.
member.
Chavez, can we get the clock up as well?
I make this comment as a parent, EGSU staff, and community member. Oops.
Florence, if you can hear me, go right ahead.
Is it audible? Hello? Hello?
Florence, it doesn't sound like you can hear me. Mr. Chavez, no issues on our end? Okay, we're gonna pass. This person doesn't seem to be able to hear us. Do we have anyone else, Ms. Lavasser?
Next up, we have Elda Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Elda, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Hi, Nancy. I have got two items. Am I only allotted the 3
Elda?
minutes for the two? Can you hear me?
Okay, Elda does not seem to be at her computer.
Hello?
Yeah, there's no mute showing. Do we have anyone else?
Next up, we have Rowan Reinhardt.
Okay, do we have Roman? Okay,
Yes, can you hear me? Hello, board?
hi, Roman, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Rowan, like rowing a boat. And I use they, them pronouns. And I just
Roman,
wanted
can
to
you hear
speak.
me?
Yes, can you hear me? If you can hear me, like say yes.
I hear some audio. It just doesn't seem to be coming through. 1 second, Roman. We're trying to fix some technical issues here.
Sure.
I'm not sure if you caught that, Chris. There's some audio, but it doesn't seem to be coming through to the room. Oh. Oh, geez.
Is it?
I think there have been issues.
Roman,
If
can you
can
try
hear
again,
me,
please?
yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, we are not able to hear you.
Yeah, I think that
Do we have
public
more
comment.
folks? Okay,
If we're able to come back to them, Lisa, I can do.
okay. We're gonna have our IT team continue to try to figure out if there's anything we can do on our end tonight. My apologies to those folks at home. If you can hang on until after we're done with public comment for items not on the agenda for folks who are in the room, we're gonna try to come back to you if we're able to resolve anything. So thank you for your patience. So with that, Ms. Jamerson, can you please call folks who have blue cards?
I have Kirk Thompson, followed by Meredith Cooper.
Hi. So about 6 weeks ago, I sat back there while many confused, misguided and sometimes deranged people called me things like oppressors, colonizers, white supremacists, and my personal favorite, white Christian nationalist. Now, I'm a nationalist. I'm a Christian. Those two things have nothing to do with each other. I'm only half white. Does that count? Or am I not Mexican enough? Like the racists used to say to me in elementary school. So I would like to thank the board for not stifling these people's free speech, no matter how mentally unstable and nonsensical their words may have been. However, the most accurate term used to describe me on the 16th was extremist. I wear that label as a badge of honor. Barry Goldwater once said, extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice. In one of my favorite works of modern art, the miniseries John Adams, Benjamin Franklin's character stated, I am an extreme moderate. I believe anybody not in favor of moderation and compromise ought to be castrated. Now, I'm not actually advocating we castrate anybody. I'm here to actually advocate for a compromise. Contrary to the popular belief, no one is advocating for banning books. Whenever you ban something that is easily accessible, it just creates more interest in that thing. When I was growing up out of state, I heard of a school district in California trying to ban Huck Finn and To Kill a Mockingbird from their schools because it contained the N-word. Yeah, I went down to the public library that summer and reread both books. Unfortunately, that N-word actually makes the books much more compelling based on the story. So this leads me to my compromise. I would like the board to take whatever steps need to be taken to have all the objectionable books, and you know which ones I'm talking about, that are currently in the school libraries, and any future books of this nature that have been purchased or donated, and have them distributed to the local public libraries or given to families and parents who believe that these would be solid educational material for their kids, especially if they may be struggling with their sexuality. This would ensure free access to the people who legitimately want access to these books. And hell, at the library, you could even put up a sign that says banned in schools. I don't care what you do. This would give parents like me peace of mind that our kids are not stumbling upon these books, or worse, being forced by teachers to read these books and then hide the assignment from their parents. This is a moderate solution and a fair compromise. There is no reason this shouldn't be proposed and seconded and added as a future agenda item. If a majority of this board isn't willing to moderate and compromise even this much, then I refer you back to the Ben Franklin quote I said earlier.
Meredith Cooper, followed by Linda Kennedy. And if you can, if you are the next person, if you can be up here at the front so that we can, no, it's okay, no worries. I forgot to announce that at the beginning.
Thank you. Good evening, I'm Meredith Cooper. I started my teaching career here in Elk Grove Unified, and I have since moved on. But I wanted to speak in support of all the books that people have tried to ban. One of my passions in life has been sharing storybooks with young children. I was an early childhood special education teacher. And for those kids to see themselves represented in their picture books is one of the most important developmental things that they can experience for their social emotional development. It is crucial for their language development. And as we all know, social emotional development is the foundation for all learning in life. We need all kinds of kids to see themselves represented. We need kids of all races, all ethnicities, all sexual orientations, all genders, all religions, all abilities. We need all kids to see themselves represented. My own son is almost 17 now. He is one of the best humans I know. He was not interested in reading when he was younger. He has ADHD. That was a struggle for him. I started out by finding books where I thought, oh, I think he might be interested in reading about these refugees. And he was like, oh, Mom, I actually liked that book. I said, oh, what did you feel you had in common with them? One of the refugees was from Syria. What did you feel you had in common with him? And he said, you know, he was really scared. Like that was a really scary situation. And I said, is he exactly like you? No, Mom, he practices a religion and I don't practice a religion, but I feel like we had a lot in common. And that really got him started being interested in reading. He read George, which is a frequently banned or nominated to be banned book. And I asked him the same question and he said, well, I feel like I'm cisgender, but I really identify with George because George is going through a lot in adolescence. Kids need to see themselves represented in their books. This is public school. And by public, we mean pluralistic. We mean children who are going to grow up to become voters. They are going to be contributing citizens. And I can't imagine anything worse than telling them, no, you can't read that book at school because it talks about something that some group finds controversial. Thank you.
Linda Kennedy, followed by Jess Carlson.
I'm Linda Kennedy. I am teacher librarian at Albioni Middle School. I'm here tonight to speak out against book censorship. The freedom to read is essential to our democracy, and it is currently under attack here at Elk Grove Unified School District. The freedom to read is guaranteed by the Constitution and should be protected for all students in all our libraries across our districts. Libraries give full meaning to the freedom to read by providing books that enrich the quality and diversity of thought and expression. If you visit any one of our EGUSD libraries in person, you will find a wide collection of books that present different perspectives and viewpoints to meet all the needs of the different types of readers in our school district. You will find books that support Asian American, African American, Hispanic American, Middle Eastern, Native American, and other diverse voices in all our libraries. You will also find books to support LGBTQ+, books on religions and beliefs, and books on all political affiliations. All library users have the First Amendment right to borrow, read, view, and listen to library resources according to the ALA. Everyone has a right to read and learn from the variety of perspectives, even if those perspectives may be uncomfortable or challenging. Every family has a right to determine which library resources are acceptable for their own children, but individuals must also understand and accept they can't take that right to access library resources away from another family. Specifically, a small group of vocal parents should not dictate what books other children are allowed to read. Every family has the right and freedom to decide to check out or not check out any book from any school library. If you allow these vocal groups to censor even just one book, what else will they want to censor next? Lori Halse Anderson, award-winning author of Speak, said, "Censorship is a child of fear and the father of ignorance." All EGUSD librarians support every student's freedom to read. We urge the EGUSD board to continue to protect the right to read widely and freely for all our EGUS students and to continue to support the hard work of all EGUSD teacher librarians across the district. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns about book censorship.
Jess Carlson, followed by Danielle Jolliffe.
Good evening, Board President Charis Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Jess Carlson. I am a parent, a small business owner, admin of the Elk Grove Book Club, and an LGBTQ ally and activist. I am here to speak out against the Moms for Liberty group here tonight wanting to ban books in EGUSD schools. As you all have probably heard, Moms for Liberty were recently identified as an extremist group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. An SPLC official said that Moms for Liberty and the like are trying to claim that they're just concerned parents seeking their, quote, parental rights. But their actions show that their agenda is primarily aimed at keeping the truth hidden from our kids about our nation's checkered past, including slavery, discrimination, and racism, and trying to censor and eradicate LGBTQ+ voices and identities. Don't let this group in bright yellow fool you. This local chapter of Moms for Liberty and all chapters across the country aren't who they claim to be. They want you to believe that they are an organic grassroots effort, but they are secretly being funded by shady billionaire right-wing conservatives with connections to groups such as the Council for National Policy, which has been described by the New York Times as the little-known club of a few hundred of the most powerful conservatives in the country. People like Betsy DeVos and fam belong to the CNP. These right-wing billionaires are funneling upwards of 40% of the Moms for Liberty overall revenue. Not so grassroots or organic, if you ask me. Moms for Liberty professes wanting to protect children from an overreaching government while wanting our government to ban books on factual history, racism in America, and LGBTQ+ voices. They say they don't want an overreaching government while pushing for bans on reproductive choices and trying to force one particular religion on school children, and going so far as to quote Hitler about controlling the youth while trying to control the youth.
irony personified. To the people out here quoting Bible verses, stop using religion as a reason to be a terrible human. You use religion as a guise to reject realities that make you uncomfortable because you're afraid and lost, and then proceed to project your fear as ignorant hatred. To the Elk Grove kids, I want you to know that if you see yourself represented in books, you are
Sorry, your
not
time is up.
invalid. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Jolliffe, followed by Stacy.
Hello. I'm going to be reading a portion from a book called The Bluest Eye. It's available in multiple middle and high schools in Elk Grove Unified School District. He put his head down and nibbled at the back of her leg. His mouth trembled at the firm sweetness of the flesh. He closed his eyes, letting his fingers dig into her waist. The rigidness of her shocked body, the silence of her stunned throat was better than Pauline's easy laughter had been. The confused mixture of his memories of Pauline and the doing of a wild and forbidden thing excited him, and a bolt of desire ran down his genitals, giving it length and softening the lips of his anus. He wanted to fuck her tenderly, but the tenderness would not hold. The tightness of her vagina was more than he could bear. His soul seemed to slip down to his guts and fly out into her, and the gigantic thrust he made into her then provoked the only sound she made, a hollow suck of air in the back of her throat. Following the disintegration, the falling away of sexual desire, he was conscious of her wet, soapy hands on her wrist, the fingers clenching, but whether her grip was from a hopeless but stubborn struggle to be free or from some other emotion he could not tell. Removing himself from her was so painful to him, he cut it short and snatched his genitals out of the dry harbor of her vagina. She appeared to have fainted. Coley stood up and could only see her grayish panties, so sad and limp around her ankles. Again, the hatred mixed with tenderness. The hatred would not let him pick her up. The tenderness forced him to cover her. So when the child regained consciousness, she was lying on the kitchen floor under a heavy quilt, trying to connect the pain between her legs with the face of her mother looming over her. This book has sexually explicit descriptions of rape, incest, and pedophilia. This portion describes a dad raping his 11-year-old daughter. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion
This is
that,
public comment. This is not the time for any motions.
yes, but you as a
Your
chairman
motion is
could
out of
make
order, sir.
exceptions to
Your
the
motion is
rules
out of order, sir.
of how we govern this body. So I like to propose we get that book off our shelves. Thank
Your
you.
motion is out of order, sir.
I have Stacy, followed by Sean Tupa.
Hello, I'm Stacy, a librarian. I'm hoping to provide some transparency and clarity about the role of a librarian. Librarians are required to hold not one, but two teaching credentials, one in their subject level and one in teacher librarian services, both of which need to be verified and approved by the California Department of Education, Sacramento County Office of Education, as well as this district in order to be employed as a teacher librarian at the secondary level. School educators and librarians are professionals who are trained not to impose their own thoughts and opinions on which ideas are right, but to make knowledge and ideas available so that people have the freedom to choose what to read. I actually didn't want to be a librarian when I grew up. I wanted to work at Baskin Robbins, where there's a flavor for every day of the month. Of course, your flavor profile may change as you grow or even on any given day, just as the book students select changes over time. They may start off in the humor section with Dav Pilkey's Captain Underpants and mature to the fantasy section and read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Side note, these are both books that have been banned at times in history. Students can also choose to pick up a book and decide it's not the right flavor for them and simply stop reading it. Similar to Baskin-Robbins, libraries offer a variety of books for students to select from and exercise their individual student choice. To deny one book or one flavor would be to deny the student the self-reflection opportunity and critical thinking skills to determine if the book is for them. We trust individuals to make their own decisions about what they read and believe. Now, there are times when some flavors aren't good for you. For instance, my daughter is allergic to pistachios. It's my right as her parent to censor her ice cream choices and deny her the opportunity to taste pistachio. Similarly, parents have the right to guide their children's reading, but parents should not be making decisions for other parents' children. Specifically, a small group of parents should not dictate what books other people's children are allowed to read. I do not stand in Baskin-Robbins and demand pistachio be removed from their freezer. After all, what would the rest of us do without spumoni? But parents can and should help guide their own student in making book choices, particularly if they want to avoid books that have been banned, like Green Eggs and Ham or Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. So here's how to do that. Parents follow the existing process in place in Elk Grove Unified by contacting the school librarian and asking a note to be added to their student's library catalog screen, censoring their student from certain books. If their student comes up with the book that the parent has deemed dangerous, the librarian informs the student they cannot read that book because of their parents' restrictions. That's it. Librarians and educators respect the rights of parents to decide which book their children are exposed to. I guess I do have a job similar to Baskin-Robbins after all. Thank you.
John Tupa, followed by Gandhi Wright. Right.
Good evening, members of the board, everybody. My name is Sean Tupa. The purpose of any public institution of education is to offer as many opportunities as possible to its community of learners for developing themselves to become self-reliant, productive, free-thinking members of a democratic society. Thus, schools must maintain themselves as stimulating but safe environments, inclusive, equitable, and open to all within them. The more students that have access to the more students have access to the vast array of human thought and perspective, then the better prepared they'll be to advance our species as a whole. Every one of us loves our children, our students. We are all parental bears. While most of us show our love by seeking opportunities for ourselves and kids to better know the depth and richness of the human possibility, of the diverse ways in which others live their lives, a few here don't. They react with fear when they encounter that which is for them foreign. Stories are our primary method by which we share our lived experiences. Sometimes they focus on the pain and injustice we suffer at the hands of others. These stories of indignity are very uncomfortable to hear, but they are critical to learning how to become a better person. Some of us who have been bullied for our appearances, different abilities, sexuality, or customs can find in these stories models for how to maintain our self-esteem, seek others like us, find belonging, and how to stand up to those who pursue dominance, such as sympathizers of Moms for Liberty. Those of us who have not suffered such treatment can find in these stories ways to empathize with and support our beleaguered siblings. We can find in these stories lessons for how to get along with, if not love, one another more sincerely, deeply, how to build a better world. These benefits perfectly align to Jesus Christ's explicit remit to his followers. To call these stories pornographic robs their subjects of the dignity they deserve. Banning books, no matter how graphic, robs students of the chance to learn about the injustices laid against others like them and not like them. When people systematically oppress, they are trying to silence, isolate, and disempower their victims. If the oppressed have no voice, it's almost impossible to organize, to belong, to resist further exploitation. Book bans are always in support of a current or aspiring power regime. Given all this, it follows that by advocating for the removal of books from schools, 1, you support a movement with aims to oppress others, by 2, perpetuating your sad ignorance of the eclecticism of the human experience, by 3, preventing students from reading books that could help them in an environment that is designed and equipped with the resources to teach them how to safely and responsibly explore different complex nuanced ideas, and thus 4, you are acting against liberty and against the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Gandhi, followed by Amanda Jimenez. Hi, I'm here to talk about a book that was blown up, the images from this on a poster board at a previous meeting and was suggested that we ban this book. It's called The Big Bathhouse. And I brought seven copies because I can't quite count right, but these are for you guys to be able to see and look at. And I want you to just kind of take a moment to be able to see the book in its entirety, because I think sometimes with this banning, it's just a section of the book that's taken out and then you're not able to see the entire book, and you're not able to see the good points of the book and why the book was chosen by librarians. I think we have excellent librarians, elementary school teachers here in Elk Grove, and I just really appreciate their background, their college education, their ability to choose books based on who they're representing. And I think that's important. We don't want the books to be the same for everyone. We want the books to represent the students. And so for this book, you can take one image out of there and you can say, what is this? These naked women at a pool, like, what is this? But the book is the classic immigration story. I've been a nurse for 23 years, and I say the story resonates with many patients. And it's the story of how an immigrant granddaughter, this was written by a Japanese Canadian author, and it's about how an immigrant granddaughter has difficulty communicating with her in-country grandmother that she's had limited contact with and doesn't share a language with. So she's able to go to Japan and connect with her grandmother in ways that immigrants can connect with cultures that they have been separated from, with food, and for this family with going to an onsen. And then it also has a secondary message of body positivity, where she's able to see wrinkled bodies and saggy bodies and old women who are happy in their skins and happy with their shapes. Wonderful message for immigrant children, for my child, for any children. And that's the beauty of a lot of these books, is they have really good parts too. Toni Morrison, that was just an excerpt, was read of Toni Morrison. She is a wonderful author. She's won multiple awards. I think that if you have read Toni Morrison, you have added depth to your character and your life. She is so amazing. I recommend anyone to read The Bluest Eye. So the group here says they're not associated with Moms for Liberty, but it's complete copycat behavior. We see what they're doing as copycatting Moms for Liberty 100%. Heidi Moore started a Facebook page. It's called it's on Instagram, I believe, Not the Children. It has the tagline, "Leave our kids alone. We don't co-parent with the government," exposing school boards. It has the Elk Grove logo with a line through it. And on there's attacks on our librarians, our elementary school teachers, our board members, accusing them of pedophilia, accusing them of being groomers. This is horrible. Our teachers, our librarians should not be allowed to go through this. Right back here, it says this school is a safe zone. How is that providing safety for our students, for our librarians, when they have to come into contact with so much hate? Thank you. Your time is up.
Amanda Jimenez, followed by Amanda Scott.
Hello, my name is Amanda. I'm a parent for multiple Elk Grove Unified students. First, thank you to the board for providing just a safe environment for my children to be in. My middle child has transitioned within the Elk Grove Unified School District, and at no point during this had I felt worried about their safety or their best interest within any lab, field, any part of the campus that they're on. I feel like my child is embraced and accepted in all corners. There are a few things I'm concerned about. I am concerned about the manner in which the term parents' rights is being repeatedly weaponized as a tool to manipulate our school boards into banning and removing books and curriculum over individual parenting choices and imposing an altered opinion on the hundreds of thousands of families who do not share these same ideas. These arguments aim to remove material that teaches children about the cultures and challenges of their fellow classmates and gives them the opportunity to learn about families different from their own. Lessons that teach children acceptance and how to navigate spaces intended for everyone. Lessons that teach them compassion and how to use their differences to help each other. These lessons are crucial and lead to everyone's growth. We used to think that learning about the entire world was an amazing opportunity that not everyone could access. Now we find our school districts across the country in battle after battle just to have the freedom to educate our children about the whole world and not just one. How can our children aspire to grow up and be teachers, counselors, doctors, engineers, or presidents if they aren't seeing themselves in those professions? How, if what they're learning is edited to only teach vague basics and represent a characteristics of only a few? How can they learn about banana slugs without discussing their reproduction? How can children that exist outside of the manicured version of societal acceptance feel safe in our classrooms if we remove anything and everything that represents and validates their existence? This goes beyond gender identity and family dynamics. These concerns also represent our BIPOC families, our APITA families, West Asian, North African families, and so many of our European families. These concerns also represent the awareness of accessibility and inaccessibility for families with physical and neurological differences. I am concerned about that. I'm running.
Thank you. Your time is up. Amanda Scott, followed by Emily Ottenreith.
I'm here this evening to plead with my school board to put a stop to the abuse and dangerous behavior that has been demonstrated here by community members, calling for book bans, protesting sex education curriculum, and standing against the Pride Month resolution. I'd like to begin my time here by recognizing the impact of the conversations we're having. This group that continues to show up to these meetings is associated with a well-known extremist hate group with an agenda to implement Christian nationalism into our schools. I think it's lost on many folks that the words they're using, the phrasing they're choosing, actually qualifies as hate speech. And hate speech is not a victimless action. It's a real problem that underpins thousands of hate crimes against marginalized communities every year. Your words hold power, and they are used to harm people. According to the United States Department of Justice, hate speech is defined as bias against people or groups with specific characteristics, which are perceived or actual race, color, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, or disability. I want to take an opportunity to draw a comparison here between the disability community's history and this current moment. I am a disabled person. I have a disabled child. And it wasn't that long ago that disabled and neurodivergent people were unprotected by law and absent from storytelling. Only 3 decades ago, conservative evangelicals and members of the Republican Party opposed the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, calling it nothing more than, quote, bad quality hogwash. The ADA is a civil rights law that prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of public life. None of us in this room would say that was a reasonable argument, that civil rights for Americans with disabilities was bad quality hogwash. Frankly, we would say that those voices were wrong, that they were on the wrong side of history. We've decided collectively as a society that being inclusive to disabled people and neurodivergent identities is the right thing to do in our schools and in public spaces. My point is that this type of pushback against marginalized identities is common during times of change, but that doesn't mean the change is wrong or unwarranted. It's time we recognize that sexual orientation and gender identity does not fit into the confines of traditionalist values and religious ideals. The same way that a disabled person should be accepted in society and included in our storytelling is relevant in this conversation. Like you, I'm here to protect our children.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Emily, followed by Amanda Sheldon Park.
I am here as an EGUSD parent, owner of the inclusive bookstore A Seat at the Table, and an advocate for children and families who rely on this board to protect their rights. The issue of parents' rights has been approved for a future board agenda. This term can sound promising at first glance, and I can see why members of this board thought it would be worth exploring. However, it's a buzzword that has a serious and long political history. Parents' right as a political buzzword has been used to oppose school board rulings and set back human rights many times in the past. Families used parents' rights to oppose desegregation in the 50s. They used parents' rights to oppose any and all sex education in the 90s. And here we are in 2023 discussing the validity of representing queer identities in our curriculum and libraries. No. Since the 1920s, parents have always had the right to exempt their children from teaching they have deemed unacceptable. In other words, parents remain legally allowed to remove their children from curriculum and materials. Parental rights are not being infringed upon by this board. All parents have the right to make decisions for their children, but not for all children. In response to our advocacy at these meetings, pictures and names of our community members are being shared across parents' rights social media accounts with hateful and dangerous commentary, calling us groomers and pedophiles, and my store's phone number. To be very clear, many of these are photos of families, children, and EGUSD employees. This is not safe. And it is not safe to call LGBTQ teachers and staff groomers. The use of this term against queer people has a long and toxic history. Anita Bryant popularized this ideology back in 1977 in opposition to queer rights. Last year, NBC delved into her history. The Florida Legislative Investigation, or Johns Committee, was established in 1956, born out of opposition to the desegregation of schools and the pursuit of communists, they wrote. The committee first targeted the NAACP, but was stopped by the Supreme Court. They needed a new target, and in 1958, the committee began to eliminate LGBTQ people from Florida schools. Its evolution from racist opposition to homophobic oppression is clear. In brief, these arguments have always been rooted in the exact opposite of the equity that this board and our community deeply values. This sort of rhetoric is not the foundation of a healthy society or a school curriculum. And if children's protection and safety are at the top of our priority list, we'd better act like it. Despite the disturbing backlash our community and I personally have faced, I applaud the school board for continuing to put equity at the forefront. I thank you and our superintendent for recognizing that storytelling matters, and no matter what kind of Florida-based pushback you receive, I trust you to pursue equity. Thank you.
Amanda Sheldon Park, followed by Dustin Noble.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Amanda Sheldon Park, and I'm the pastor of Field of Hope United Church of Christ here in Elk Grove. I'm also a mother and an Elk Grove resident, and almost all of the children in our congregation are in the Elk Grove School District. And while we have incredible, very talented, funny kids in our congregation, and my work as a pastor, I also come across children who are cutting their arms because their parents are telling them that to be gay means they can't live at home, or to be gay means they're going to hell. I see numerous kids that are at the risk of homelessness or are homeless that actually members of our congregation are housing them. I see a high risk of suicide amongst this population. And I would just implore you to protect the public schools as a space where kids can find information and read fictional stories that don't exclude their experiences. Because we every week use a very controversial book in our worship that has rape, incest, genocide, prostitution, murder, and a bunch of other terrible things, and that's the Bible. And we use that book and we talk with our kids in our Sunday school about it. And the myth that reading something implies that someone is going to enact that act has no, well, how do I say this? There's no basis for that assertion. And dealing with difficult texts is part of our job as the people who are in public education, as people who are religious leaders, as parents. So unless the school board wants to ban the Bible and make it not available to any kids in schools because it contains some of that material, I would just ask that you protect the space for these kids to see themselves reflected and to discern what is a fiction and what is something difficult that they need to deal with and talk with their parents about. You know, I'll just use my last 30 seconds to say I grew up in Roseville and I graduated over 20 years ago from high school, and we read a book that had a sex scene in it in my AP Lit class. And I can remember the teacher talking with us about why was this included as part of the plot. And I went home and talked to my mom about it, who was a nurse. And because I wasn't having sex, I had actually no idea what they were talking about. But the point was that it wasn't a frightening, scary thing. And it was snow falling on cedars, which I found out won a bunch of awards. Thank you so much.
Dustin, followed by Brandon Morgan.
All right. Good evening, President Chair Espinosa, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Thank you for adopting the SELFA plan and SPED budget for the 2023-2024 school year. We look forward to what the next school year brings and continue to be optimistic. EG Speaks began with a mantra of inclusion stays. You all remember, it was a very common thing for us. Protesting against the removal of the inclusion specialist back in September and drastic changes in services for our kids throughout this school year. We were fighting and advocating for our kids having things taken away from them, such as having their voice, representation, things that define their academic journey in their inclusion specialist. I want you to pick up on some of those key terms there. Taken away, representation, voice, defining. I am here standing unified with our LGBTQ plus families in and outside EG Speaks. Inclusion is for everyone and every type of family and individual. No one should feel that they do not count or do not have a seat at the table. As of late, there have been some very strong voices in this chamber that echo messages that are the opposite of inclusion. Even members of my own EG Speaks team being verbally attacked and made to feel unsafe at previous board meetings. We strongly oppose their agenda and the politics being played out here. I would like to channel some new key terms into all of this. Excuse me. I'd like to channel some new key terms into all of this, things that define myself, my team, and my community at EG Speaks. Advocacy, more, not less. Inclusivity, equity, diversity, and taking back words like voice and representation. Some have tried to draw parallels between the two parent groups, that we're all just fighting for parent rights. I will say it here as clearly as I can. We do not align. There are no parallels here, just lines drawn in the sand. Pride Month may be coming to a close, but inclusion is year-round. So I will end the way I began this journey back in September. Inclusion stays. Thank you.
Brandon, followed by Arian Sawant. I apologize, Arian Sawant.
Thank you, President Chavez Espinoza, the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Last board meeting, there was a decision to include parental rights as a future board agenda item. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what that term brings up, both historically and in the current political climate. But first and foremost, I want to say that EG Speaks is not a parental rights group. It says it in our name. We are advocates for kids. We will help parents advocate for their kids' right to a free and appropriate education. But our belief is that we should be opening doors for inclusivity and diversity in education, not restricting them or closing them. We've had a lot of people throwing around the term parental rights lately, and particularly as a political rallying cry to stir up the right-wing extremists' bases. But this is not a new phrase. And historically, we're seeing it used the same way it's been used in the past. The idea of parental rights in education stems back from the Brown versus Board of Education decision. And as a result of desegregation, white parents began using the phrase in revolt to Black students attending now desegregated schools. And just like today, with complaints about books mentioning LGBTQ community members, white parents were working to ban and then started burning school curriculum that mentioned positive accomplishments of Black Americans because they didn't want the idea of desegregation being pushed down their kids' throats or indoctrinating their kids. Parents pulled their kids into private schools that literally marketed themselves as segregationists. Ultimately, those schools lost their nonprofit status for perpetuating segregation, and the parental rights movement continued in even fuller effect. Even here in California, where Serrano v. Priest changed school funding from a local property tax model that funded local schools to a statewide per student model, that made white parents in the 70s so upset that schools in their redlined areas were going to get some of their tax dollars. And that's how we got Prop 13, which essentially nerfed our ability to keep school funding in line with inflation and the cost of living. So the goal here is that if they can't control it, then they want to burn it all down. And they're not even keeping that a secret. Multiple groups in the parental rights movement have quoted Hitler just this last week in laying out their strategy for achieving their political agenda. So is this a parental rights thing about protecting kids from obscene books? No. The Supreme Court in Miller versus Alabama laid out a three-pronged test to determine what is obscene and pornographic, and none of these books brought up meet the threshold to be banned in one of those few exceptions to the First Amendment. What this is really about is dismantling the public education system that offers a free and appropriate education to everyone. Because to provide that for everyone, you can't favor any particular religion, religious activity, and you can't discriminate against who has access to it based on race, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation. And that's just not acceptable.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Adhere to fascism. Thank you.
Aaron Sawant, followed by Cole Smith Crawley.
Hi, my name is Aryan Sawant. I am not an alt-right Christian nationalist. I'm just a Hindu Indian American concerned about my community. And I've been a part of the Elk Grove Unified School District for the past 13 years since kindergarten, having recently graduated from Franklin High School earlier in the May. For the past few days, I've been heavily conflicted on whether or not I should give public comments today. I know for a fact that after my comment today, I'm going to lose a lot of friends, but I find the culture war pressing enough that I now have no choice to speak up, because if I don't know who else will. And I also want to emphasize that I don't speak for everyone. I only speak for a sizable number of students that are scared of speaking up. Stop politicizing our classrooms. I cannot emphasize the number of educators and often entire school administrations that insert their politics into the classroom and punish those that think otherwise. I've been in classrooms where I've been forced to write in a liberal bias and advocate for progressive talking points I disagree with in order to earn a 4.0. You're quite literally incentivized to conform to your educator's political views in order to do well in class, rather than to speak freely about your views. Over the past 4 years, I've seen teachers going on tangents about how racist police are. I watch teachers regularly bash Republican politicians. I've been forced to watch late night comedians bash Trump in AP Human Geography, and I've had to listen to my teachers discuss how terrible of a president Trump was. And it's for these reasons that I personally never felt comfortable expressing myself or my views until now that I've graduated, because you're either with them or you're against them. It's unacceptable. It doesn't matter if it's teachers in Florida going off on left-wing politicians or vice versa. We should not be having these political discussions in classrooms. I go to school to learn. I want to learn about math, science, English, history, subjects that excite me. Instead, the school district is hyper-fixated on social justice warrior priorities. I have no problem with treating others the way I want to be treated. We should treat everyone with respect, regardless of if they're gay, straight, lesbian, black, white, or brown. I interned for a Democrat state Senate campaign for 7 months. I voluntarily attended Pride marches, and I have zero problems with the Pride movement whatsoever. All adults and students given consent from their parents should be able to freely express their views and attend Pride events in their free time should they choose to do so. That is the essence of the First Amendment. The problem I do have is when the school district attempts to cram its woke ideology on students that are just there to learn. No matter the positive intention you have in purporting your social justice ideas in school, the more you hyperfixate on race, gender, and sexuality in classrooms, the more adverse reaction you're going to get from parents and community members. I've lived this experience for decades, over a decade, and I know EGUSD prides itself in diversity, so I just ask that you consider this as a diversity of thought and consider the other side just a little bit as well. I just ask you to do a little bit better. Thank you.
Cole Smith Crawley, followed by Ron Owens.
Hey there, hear me fine?
So before you begin, that black button, if you hit the top of it, it'll move the whole podium up and that way you won't have to bend over to reach. Oh, sorry. I
I'll
was
just do
hoping it would
this.
go a little bit higher.
Work?
Yes,
Okay.
just trying to make you more comfortable.
Appreciated. In short, defer to librarians. They are the subject matter experts on this. As has been mentioned previously, the United States of America already does have a definition of obscenity topics which are not covered by First Amendment protections. In the Miller versus California case and in some previous, Supreme Court laid out a pretty easy to understand guideline. To be considered obscene, material must, 1, have a dominant theme in the work considered as a whole that appeals to prurient interest. 2, be patently offensive, patently, obviously offensive because it goes beyond contemporary community standards. And 3, be utterly without redeeming social value. I don't recall the name of the book that was passed out to you about the visit to an onsen. Upon reading that, did any of you feel like it was patently offensive that this was done to appeal to a prurient, thank you, the big bathhouse? If you read this and your first thought is, prurient interest, yes, this is what I'm reading because I want to excite myself, I have some serious concerns about you. So Moms for Liberty or other groups which totally aren't Moms for Liberty but happen to be using the exact same list of books that they want banned. I'm not going to speak much on the LGBT books specifically, just because I haven't read all the books they want banned. But of the books they want banned, The Things They Carried, which is a quasi nonfiction, so fictional but trying to be realistic novel about United States soldier in Vietnam. I don't understand which part of that feels prurient interest or is patently offensive. The Color Purple, Brave New World. Iris Chang's non-history book, The Rape of Nanking, about Japanese atrocities during World War II. Mouse, which is the story, the first graphic novel to receive a Pulitzer Prize, where Art Spiegelman, the author, is interviewing his father, Vladek, a survivor of Auschwitz, the Holocaust, the oppression campaign in Poland during that time. And Of Mice and Men. Do any of these books strike you as obscene? Yes, in Mouse, there are drawn depictions of bodies stacked as cordwood. They are stacked that way because they were being exterminated. There's nothing sexual about the depiction of those naked bodies. This attempt to ban these books doesn't really seem to be motivated by a desire to protect children from obscenity. This intent, the intent behind this movement to ban books seems to be evidenced by some of the other comments. I remember a couple of weeks ago, someone was talking about how if their son wanted to call themselves a bunny rabbit, how they'd be offended. They really just don't like the idea that their children are different than what they want them to be. I am a bit of a history nerd, studied it, a couple of degrees. Oh, I'm over.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thanks.
Ron Owens. Oops. And that's awesome.
John, take a look at this picture showing oral sex in the school library book. Beth, I'm going to share a sexual story in this school library book. Gina, check out this sexually suggestive object printed in this school library book. Nancy, I'm going to show you sexually suggestive drawings in this school library book. Carmine, look at 2 boys having anal sex in this school library book. Michael, I emailed you a screenshot of an illustration in the school library book of boys having a masturbation contest. Tony, look at this derogatory comment in this school library book. Oh, Christopher, there's information about children massaging, fondling, and stroking each other in a school library book. I gave this great information to your kids. Oh no, your grandkids. Oliver, you're a minor, but no problem. There's instructions how to engage in same-sex or heterosexual sex in this school library book. I emailed it to you. If I was a district employee and if I said any of these comments to you, I would be in big trouble. I would be fired. Employees can get in big trouble for sexually harassing coworkers. Employees can get in big trouble for sexually harassing customers. You have 6,538 employees. You have 63,157 students, customers being served at 68 separate work sites. As you know, that's the current number of staff employed in this district, and that's the number of students enrolled in this district. Ponder this. By continuing to show pornographic material in schools, there are a total of 69,695 potential sexual harassment lawsuits. Lawsuits. I deeply apologize to you and to everyone in this room for mentioning this graphic sexual content in a public forum. But this board and this district policy necessitated that I do so.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. I believe we think that we can go back to the folks on Zoom. Okay, we're going to give that another shot. Ms. Lavasser, could you please call the first person?
Yes, okay, we're going to try this again. First up is Emelina Mendoza.
Ms. Mendoza, we're ready for you. If we can get the clock up there as well, I appreciate that. Ms. Mendoza, can you unmute yourself, please? And please begin whenever you're ready. Ms. Mendoza, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself. Zoom is showing that you are muted. Go right ahead, Ms. Mendoza. Okay. Ms. Mendoza, we cannot hear you. I apologize. We seem to be having some technical issues tonight. To you, to anyone else who had planned on submitting their public comments for items not on the agenda via Zoom audio tonight, please email those to me, to Mr. Hoffman, or to the board secretary indicating that that was your public comment for tonight, and we will be sure to circulate that to the entire board. I apologize for the inconvenience. So with that, public comment for items not on the agenda is concluded, and we will move on to the consent agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any, well, I guess no public comments via Zoom on the consent agenda. Are there any?
We don't have any public comments via Zoom.
Mercifully, there are not. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on the consent calendar?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for the consent agenda item.
I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 18 on the consent agenda.
I move approval of items 1 through 18.
Okay, moved by Mr. Fortuna. I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Bettis. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Albiani. Mr. Bettis, is there something you would like to pull?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Number 3, 6, 8, 13, 17, and 18.
Okay, may I have an amended motion, Mr. Fortuna?
Yes, I move approval of items 1 through 18 minus number 3, number 6, number 8, number 13, number 17, and number 18.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Fortuna, seconded by Ms. Albiani. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Question, a roll call vote?
Nope, we are doing acclamation. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
As you know, Mr. Bettis, our board bylaws indicate that we can only abstain when we have a conflict of interest. So are you abstaining or are you voting no, or would you like to correct your vote?
No.
Okay, let the record show. Mr. Bettis is a no vote on those items on the consent calendar, and the items are approved. We will go back to number 3. Mr. Bettis, go ahead.
Three new job descriptions, pre-K instructor. My suggestion to this particular item, that we should include an upward mobility chart for these individuals, that once they are accepted into these positions, they know an upper mobility ladder they could take within this classification and this employment. And
That's it for number 3, sir?
yes.
Okay, that sounds like a really substantive idea that cannot really be implemented from the dais. So I would encourage you to speak to staff prior to the board meeting for something like that.
Number 6, ratification of grant contract agreement for funding. Again, we are contracting dates are way back. Number 2, I'd like to know what number 3 item is. Prison to employment, formerly incarcerated and justice involved individuals. I'd like more information that sent to me, please.
Those are requests that you can
Thank
make
you.
prior to the board meeting, sir. In fact, that's part of our preparation. We really should have those questions answered beforehand.
Number 8, approval to extend awards of RFPs, expanded learning opportunities program. This particular item does not have the total, how much it would cost us. It says financial impact funded through expanded learning opportunity program funding, no impact on the general fund, but yet there's no amount of funding. Item 9, approval to extend awards after school programs. Again, there is no amount that we are going to award these
I'm sorry,
particular
I don't have
contractors.
number 9 is one of the ones that you pulled. I have 8. I don't. have
8 and 9 I did. This is number 9.
Okay, no.
Again, the total
Sir,
award amount
Number 9
are
has
not
already been
included.
approved. Mr. Bettis, number 9 has already been approved because you did not mention that one at the top of the meeting. So
Oh,
let's
okay.
go to number 13.
It's still the same item. Elk Grove Unified School District, number 13, service delivery budget plan for special education. This is one of the most important items that as board members, we have to our student body and community, but yet we put it on the consent item to brush through this. We need to take full time, some hours workshops like we did before to spend, half a day, a full day on special education issues. And this kind of upsets me because I wonder, what questions did you bring up to Mr. Hoffman when you read this? Because I would like to know if some of you have the same interests, issues that I have pertaining to special ed, but yet we cannot talk about this consent item in a regular school board meeting. So again, we should have a special meeting like we did before on special education.
Mr. Bettis,
you.
you are always welcome to reach out to
Number
me.
16.
Mr. Bettis, I'm speaking. You are always welcome to reach out to me, and I'm happy to facilitate to make sure you get your questions answered in advance of the meeting.
Number 16, Sacramento and Employment and Training Agency.
Wait, we can't do 16. That's been voted on. You said 17 and 18 were your other 2.
Wait a minute.
And if you don't have any issues with those, we can go ahead and vote them through.
Okay. Well, I think there should be more funding in that particular program.
Sorry, we've moved on. Number 17.
Number 17. Again, this particular contractor, we, in our facilities plan, well, we contract with this particular contractor on other facilities. We should put this item in our facility plan that's going to be discussed later on in the agenda. Again, we're spending a tremendous amount of time, in funding, $118,835. And we could have Quonset huts at our school sites or way back here in the back. There's plenty of room and within walking distance in these areas that we could put a building like this. But yet we're spending 118 and another one, and the other contract I mentioned, almost $750,000.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. May I have a motion
That's
for
it.
items number 3, 6,
Okay.
8, 13, 17, and 18 on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I move approval item 3,
Second.
6, 8, 9, 13, 17, and 18.
I think 9 was already approved, and you got
Yep.
number 3 in there, sir?
Oh, yeah. I take 9 off. I circled it when
Okay,
it brought it on.
moved by
So-
Mr. Fortino,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Yang. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those items are approved unanimously. Thank you. That's your duty, sir. So I'm going to assume you were with the majority when we all spoke. So.
For the record, I voted yes.
Okay, then I was right. Thank you. So we are ready for our next item, which is the LCAP update. LCAP local indicators for the school district first, and then for Elk Grove Charter School. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Cerruti, please take it away.
Thanks.
Thank you and good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I have the pleasure of being joined this evening by Ms. Caitlin Lee, who is one of our research program managers in our research and evaluation department. And in just a second, thank you, ma'am. In just a second, I'll be turning it over to Caitlin, who'll be walking folks through some of the specific data points. All of this lines up to our district's learning vision and aligns with and supports our district's 5 strategic goals. The 5th strategic goal in purple, not assuming, but pending the board's approval of our LCAP, will be adjusting to add 2 additional student subgroups, those being our Native American students and our homeless students per our Board of Education input. So just a bit about the local indicators. They are part of the overall state's local control funding formula and the accountability portion of that, which is the district's LCAP. There are actually 10 state LCFF priorities. And so some may be looking at that and saying, well, where are the others? These are the 5 that are specific to having local indicators. It allows the districts to determine the specific metrics, but those 5 areas, basic services through broad course of study, those are determined and identified by the state. There are 3 others that are identified. There are 10 total. There are 3 additional local indicators, or 3 additional state LCFF priorities: student achievement, student engagement, and pupil outcomes. Those are all addressed through the our LCAP. And then there are 2 that are specific to county offices of education, those being coordination of instruction for students who have been expelled and coordination of services for foster youth. So that just provides a bit of context regarding the alignment that this has with the LCFF priorities. And the performance standards, this is the purpose for this is that it annually measures progress, and we're required to report this in a public meeting, which is what we are doing. And it needs to be done at the point of the approval, the same meeting where the approval of the district's LCAP is done. We upload it and publicly report the results through our dashboard, and then the performance levels are noted as indicated here: met, not met, or not met for 2 or more years. In just a second, Ms. Yu will be walking you through all of those with those performance levels. And with this, I'm going to turn it over to her. There you go. I should have done this for you. It's very rude. I apologize.
Thank you.
For the first local indicator that we are covering today, the basic services, our district can report that we met the criteria. There are 3 measures to this indicator. For appropriately assigned teachers, in 2021-22, we had 1 teacher of English learners who was misassigned, 33 total teacher misassignments, and 7 vacant teacher positions at the start of the year. For access to instructional materials, our annual sufficiency hearings confirmed that we provided all students with access to instructional materials. And for conditions of school facilities, we had 0 facilities not meeting the good repair standard. For the second local measure, implementation of state academic standards, we used the state's self-reflection tool, which asked districts to rate themselves on a 5-point scale on 23 elements under 3 broader categories, which are recently adopted academic standards in our curriculum frameworks, other adopted academic standards, and support for teachers and administrators. To rate our district on these elements, Executive Director of School Support Jennifer Avey and her team took into consideration the various data sources we have available in the district, such as the Teaching and Learning Survey, LCAP needs survey data of staff, parents, and students, as well as input and feedback from teachers, instructional coaches, curriculum specialists, and principals. Ratings for each of the 23 elements will be publicly posted, but for the aggregate ratings of the 3 broader categories, we are at full implementation for each one, which is a rating of 4 on the 5-point scale. For the third local indicator, parent engagement, the state requires districts to use the self-reflection tool to rate themselves on 12 elements under 3 broad categories. Lisette LeMay, the Director of Family and Community Engagement, took the lead in this determination. She took into consideration data from the parent engagement activities offered across our district, parent survey input, LCAP needs survey results, as well as discussions and direct feedback received from our various parent committees. And from the ratings of the 12 elements, our district can be considered to be at full implementation for building relationships, initial implementation for building partnerships for student outcomes, and full implementation for seeking input for decision-making. Our annual district-wide parent survey includes several items that are aligned with these 3 broader categories under parent engagement. Our spring 2022 survey received over 9,200 responses, and the results showed that 91% of parents agreed that their school has been effective in providing a respectful and welcoming environment. 84% of parents agreed that their school has been effective in providing opportunities for parent involvement and parent education. And 82% of parents agreed that their school was effective in providing opportunity for input in decision-making for the school or district. And this was up from 76% in spring 2019, which was our last parent survey before 2022. For the fourth local indicator, school climate, our practice is to administer a climate survey to students, school staff, and parents that ask questions around the following 4 climate themes: school connectedness and sense of belonging, climate of support for academic learning, knowledge and fairness of discipline, rules, and norms, and safety. The student version of the survey underwent revisions in 2021-22. Numerous items were added that asked students about the climate of the classroom instead of the school in general, as well as their perceptions on instruction and participation opportunities. And so the results are not really comparable to those from previous years. Since we have a new baseline, we are only reporting on 1 year of data today. We look at climate survey responses in terms of favorability, or the percentage of responses that are favorable or desirable. So on this graph, we have the parent responses in pink. The staff responses are represented by the black bars, and the students are the blue bars. On the leftmost cluster of bars, we have overall school climate with the 4 individual climate themes spanning the rest of the graph. For school climate overall, parents had the highest favorability at 89%, And when we look at the remainder of the pink bars, we can see there is not a lot of variability across the 4 climate themes for parents. For staff, the climate of support for academic learning received the highest rating at 91% favorable, while safety showed the lowest favorability at 68%. And in blue, we have the student responses. Overall, across all survey items, an average of 74% of students responded favorably. For students, knowledge and fairness of discipline, rules, and norms received the highest score of 82%, while school connectedness and sense of belonging received the lowest score of 67%. From the student perspective, a couple of specific items stood out as strengths. 1, teachers treating students with respect, that was 91% favorable. And 2, knowing expectations for behavior in class, 93% favorable. We also review student ratings of school climate by ethnicity, as well as the LCAP student groups, EL, foster youth, homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. By ethnicity, overall ratings of school climate ranged from 70% favorable for American Indian students to 76% for Asian and Filipino students. Among student groups, homeless students reported the least favorable school climate at 68%, while socioeconomically disadvantaged students reported the most favorable rating at 73%. For our last local indicator, broad course of study, we use different measures for elementary versus secondary. For elementary students, we measure a broad course of study by the percentage of students that received report card grades in the 6 subject areas of English language arts, mathematics, social science, science and health, visual and performing arts, and physical education. At the secondary level, because students are automatically enrolled in courses required for graduation, and they can also select from a broad array of non-core courses based on interest, the district focused on enrollment in courses aligned with college and career success, which would be honors, accelerated, AP and IB, and AVID. At the elementary level, we use grades given in each content area as a proxy for students receiving instruction in that content area. The rationale is that if teachers provided that instruction, they would have assessed their students' mastery of the standards that were taught. We looked at grades across all 3 trimesters. If a grade was given in any trimester in a content area, that area was considered covered. Students who received report card grades in all 6 content areas were then counted as having received a broad course of study. In 2021-22, 99% of elementary students received a broad course of study. 100% received grades in English, math, science and health, and social science. 99% received a VAPA grade, which was up from 86% in 2020-21. And 100% received a PE grade. When we looked at how secondary students were enrolled into courses for the 2022-23 year, we found that 54% of middle school students were enrolled in 1 or more honors, accelerated, or AVID course. And this is the same percentage as the previous year. By ethnicity, Filipino students enrolled in honors courses the most at 68%, whereas American Indian students enrolled at 41%. Among student groups, socioeconomically disadvantaged students enrolled in honors courses at 44%, and students with disabilities enrolled at 9%. At the high school level, 46% of students were enrolled in 1 or more honors AP or IB course in 2022-23, which is an increase of 4 percentage points from the previous year. And this is encouraging given that we had seen decreases during the pandemic. By ethnicity, Filipino students were enrolled in honors, AP, or IB courses at the highest rate at 65%, whereas African American and American Indian students were enrolled at 28%. Among student groups, 38% of socioeconomically disadvantaged students enrolled, while students with disabilities enrolled at 5%. In summary, we have assessed our 5 local measures and determined that we have met the performance standards for each of the 5 local indicators. We plan to enter these MET ratings along with narrative summaries of our data, our processes, and next steps through the dashboard utility. The data will then be reported out publicly on the California School Dashboard in early December. Then also in the fall, we will review these and all other LCAP metrics with 2022-23 data to assess our progress. Thank you. If there are any questions or comments, we are happy to respond to them now.
Thank you for an excellent presentation, Ms. Yee. I will go first to our student board member. Oliver, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions in particular, but it was a great presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bettis, I'll begin with you. Questions or comments on this agenda item?
First of all, this is the district-wide report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why isn't there a report done by school site, elementary, middle school and high school by areas, district areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And, you know, we had that report before, but yet today we don't have that report. And number 2 is that you only say we only have 5 of the 10. Why aren't the other ones reported to us?
Mr. Cerruti, I'll take that first one. We as a board have not requested data. I am presiding, Mr. Bettis, so I will respond. We as a board have not requested this data broken down by trustee areas because that is not how we govern. That's not how our schools are organized. So we have addressed that point before. So just a recap for folks who are not aware. Mr. Cerruti, welcome.
But again, before you, okay, I like to again, I am responsible for the whole district, number 1.
You're responsible for the entire school district, Mr. Bettis.
Yeah, hold on.
The entire school district.
Yes, exactly. I just mentioned that. But yet, as a board member representing my district, I want to know how area 1, area 2, area 3, and all the other areas, how they stack up in this reporting. Because we as a board need to concentrate monies, funding for these low outcomes. But yet, the way that, hold on, I'm still talking.
We're on the same point.
Okay.
We've addressed this.
Hold on.
Mr. Bettis,
hold
we've
on.
addressed this. Mr. Bettis, we're moving on. We're not having the same conversation.
Why can't I express my opinion to the general public?
You've expressed it, we've understood it, and we've responded. And
so
we're
I
moving
am
on.
responsible for my area.
Mr. Cerruti, do you remember the second question or do we need it restated?
Okay, so why aren't?
Nope, it's Mr. Cerruti's turn to answer your second question.
And again, in respect to the local indicators, it's the state identifies it. The state indicates they do not apply to individual schools. And so I just want to point that out. The other question was what I was referring to in this slide, and Mr. Perez's question was specific to the other. This has 5, and there's 5 other identified LCFF state priorities. 2 of them are specific to the county. They don't apply to us. One being the coordination of instructional support and services for expelled students, and the other is specific to the coordination of services for foster youth. There's 3 others. Okay. There's 3 others. One is student achievement, the other is student engagement, and the third are pupil outcomes. And all of those are part of our district LCAP, and there is required data. So for example, pupil outcomes and student achievement, you're going to see our state test scores, graduation rates, all of that are part of our LCAP metrics. That's where those are found. There's required, and then there are those that are identified locally. And the areas that they indicated, we didn't identify those, the state does. And there also, it's important to note that there isn't, for example, in order to determine that something is met, it doesn't mean that it's 80% or above on a specific measure. It's whether or not they were measured. And so it's important. We have accountability systems, measuring systems for each of these, and that's why we met these goals.
Yes, but how do we go about prioritizing funding in geographic areas, supplemental or concentrated areas, when we don't have the data by our areas? And so that, you know, that's a big question. Think about it.
Thank you, Mr. Surity.
Hold on here. Hold on here. You got a lot more. Page number 7, parent engagement. We spend very little going out and educating our parents, and there's roles and responsibilities. And this area, you know, we need to concentrate on. Okay, of the 9, what does 9,261 represent of our total population of our parents within the whole school district? Can you tell me that?
It was a 27% response rate.
27%. That's exactly not a little bit over a quarter of 1 out of 3 response of our parents. And now, and we say are met. What happened to the other 3/4 of the present populace? And we're making decision on almost 1 in 4 parents are making decision for the whole district, you know, as a result of this. So I don't like that. Number 9, 8, school climate. Today, health and safety of our students has always been my #1 priority. And when you look at this survey, it looks like, you know, the staff and the students are 68%. They both line up. That's almost 2/3 of our student body have an issue. Oh,
You're reading it wrong.
You're right. So 1/3. So again, the data states that the health and safety issue of our students at school is a big problem. It continues to do that.
No, it does not.
School climate. Okay, again, a school climate. You look at the percentages over here by ethnicity. African Americans, Native Americans, American Indians, foster youth, homeless, disadvantaged, socioeconomic disadvantage.
Please make your point, sir. Don't read documents to us.
They, page 10, they do not feel safe. You know, they do not feel safe, comfortable in our schools. And this is district-wide. I'm wondering by the school site. Page 11, you mentioned that elementary students' instructions in English. Why wasn't reading scores included in this page?
That's a component of English, sir.
Okay, still, when there's a high percentage of our student body not reading at grade level, and if you look at the latest reading levels, reports from the state, this English score right here is questionable to me. That probably tells me that this report is most likely in a socioeconomic, more rich, affluent communities than the low-income communities. So that's what I interpret.
This was all of our schools. So your interpretation is incorrect.
Yes. Again, number 13, middle school students in honors accelerated advancement. This is a poor showing. This money is geared to English language, foster youth, homeless, socioeconomic disadvantage. And look at those scores, you know, 20%, 25% average, 26% average of homeless, foster youth. We're doing a terrible job on these targeted groups where this money is intended for. And again, it's by race. And look who's in the 40 percentile: African Americans, American Indians, and Latinos. You know, Hispanics, you refer them. So, You know, and they are not even recognized in this funding, which upsets me, has always upset me. High school students enrolled in honors, again, 14. Again, very low on the English learners, foster youth, homeless, socioeconomic disadvantaged, students with disabilities. We're failing this populace. And again, we're failing African Americans, American Indians, and Hispanics, and so and so. We need to do a better job on this funding and making sure that it goes to the proper designated areas where they have poor outcomes. And you need, and Mr. Hoffman needs to instruct you, and our chairman needs to instruct you that we need these data sets to prioritize funding. And the last but not least, 15. Again, you know, yes, we met district-wide, but we're failing geographical areas within areas 1, and which is my area, and Mr. Bang over here, area 3, Valley High and Florence High. We need more funding levels.
It's just not accurate.
I would just like the record to show that there is no data to support that last allocation that was made. Thank you, Mr.
When our scores of
Mr. Bettis,
reading level are very low, we need to improve those. Show me their.
Mr. Bettis is done. Go ahead, sir.
Just a quick, very quick comment,
Thank you
Madam
very
President,
much.
that may be helpful to, I know the board is aware, but maybe not the community, and that is, this data is, the question that is being asked is, do we collect data? That's what this is, and we do collect data, and the board receives it. So the board receives detailed information about all these metrics that is provided literally at the school level. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Well, this is, to
Noted.
me, it's not an accurate picture of our district.
Noted, Mr. Bettis.
It isn't.
Noted. We are moving on to Mr. Vargas.
Great. Thank you very much for this. I always appreciate getting numbers. These are, heartening numbers in some senses, but there are a couple of places where I'm curious if we have dug down on some of this. And so one of the areas is on school climate, in particular in sense of belonging and safety. Have we dug down on those, and what is the root of those numbers?
So it's great question. And again, if someone is watching and thinking that this is the sole data source that we have, each of our schools receives their own data. And so our schools have the data that we receive, for example, through the climate survey. And then that data is analyzed. It's part of their LCAP, the site LCAP that we refer to. And this is the benefit of, or the value of strategic goal 3, because that's where this concept lives. And as recently as this year. So the answer is yes. At the school site level, that data is deeply analyzed, and we don't just assume that all of our sites are, when I say capable, I don't want to give the impression they're all wonderful site leadership teams, but educators aren't necessarily trained, for example, in concepts such as root cause analyses. And so that is the work that we're doing. And that's what we did, for example, this year is targeted support for our administrators on how to conduct a root cause analysis. And that is being applied to this and other elements. So your question is a good one, and it's most importantly being done and addressed at the site level. And then we at the district level analyze that and look at our schools that may have higher levels or lower levels, and then determine levels of support for those administrative teams and those site leadership teams.
Okay, that's kind of the follow-up question that I had here, which is, so if a lot of the work, initial work is being done at the site level, what does that follow-up look like? What does that support look like for the schools that are struggling?
And that's the coherence that we have at the district level. So elementary and secondary education under the leadership of Dr. Graywall and Mr. Schweitzer. I meet with those folks regularly, along with Ms. Lavasser, Ms. Avey, myself, Ms. Hikito, the Director of Research and Evaluation. It's why we shifted what used to be Learning Support Services to the Department of School Improvement Supports. And it's getting at improvement science and moving that into our schools. And so all of our education services departments coordinate directly with our elementary and secondary education, whether it's English learner services, student support, health services. And we are increasingly moving toward using the data to provide targeted support, because rather than look globally at our schools, where are we finding commonalities among our schools and how can we most efficiently support those schools? And so each of our schools has a school director, for example, either at the elementary or secondary level, and our school improvement support leaders, what we refer to as SISLs, who are former principals, are partnering along with other department members to provide that targeted level of support based on the data that we're analyzing. And the data isn't just outcome data. The important thing that we're beginning to develop is the output data, meaning what are we doing and how do we know what we are doing is working that results in those outcomes. I hope I answered the question.
Yes. And so last follow up on that piece is, so how are we, so if we have so many different sort of hands moving on, or so many hands touching all of this data and working on all of this data, how are we holding ourselves accountable to making progress in these areas, particularly for sites where, if I'm reading this correctly, and this is sort of an average for the entire district, right? We're going to have sites that are, striking low, and we're going to have some that are higher. And so how are we holding ourselves accountable as an organization, but also site leadership, in getting to better outcomes and in reaching whatever goals we have set?
So one of the things that we do, and I appreciate the question, and you used an important word, and that is the accountability. And so just for a second, accountability and responsibility are oftentimes used synonymously. And if you get at the root, if you look at the Latin root, accountability actually means to count. And responsibility means to respond. And so we actually view those things in two different ways. Do we have the accountability systems, meaning the data systems that can give us the information? In the absence of data, anyone would not want to be held responsible for something if you didn't really know the rules of engagement, what you were being measured on. If I was being responsible for something and nobody actually told me I needed to produce 10 of these, but nobody told me, I wouldn't really want to be responsible. Well, we're working very, very hard, and we're right on the cusp, and it's the work that we have been doing and are continuing to do that our principals, and I never like to speak for them, but I think it's safe to say that none of them are talking about inadequate amounts or quality of data. What they're doing is saying, as busy as we all are, how can I quickly analyze this and make good decisions? And that's the exact work that we're doing. And so the first thing was to develop a rich input, output, and historically education has been swimming in outcome data, but outcome data can't tell you cause. And that's the key. So we've been working on the data set that enables us to identify what's causing it. So why are kids responding to the survey in the way that they are? And I'm confident that in the not too distant future, we'll be providing the board deeper information, and we can, in terms of what we're developing as the Elk Grove local accountability and support system that gets at exactly what you're doing. But it does take extensive training in order for us to do it. In the absence of this data that we've developed and are still in the early phases of providing to our principals, who are welcoming it, education as a whole, my experience in education was, if you just look at standardized test scores and then don't have any additional data in terms of what was your reading program or what were your support systems and how do we know how they were implemented, how effective are they, educators were guessing to a large degree. With all due respect, that actually is what it is until these additional data sets were developed. And so I don't mean to toot our own horn, but there's a reason we were the only school district in the nation to receive an award from Harvard. And it's because of the development of our data systems. Now we need to make sure that they're used effectively and understood, because it's all about high quality data, easy access, and moving quickly into knowing what it means. And what we're trying to do with our sites is they shouldn't have to spend the time on actually analyzing it. That should be the minimum. They should spend more of their time. They know better than anybody why they're getting those results. So that's the direction we're moving, is we don't want to dump data on our principals and site leadership teams and say, figure all this out. We want to actually provide the results of that data ourselves to them, and now say, here are the processes you can use to accurately, swiftly, and efficiently identify major causes, implement, cycle frequently data, so that you're looking at rapid cycle data review, not just at the end of the year, but multiple times over the course of the year. So sorry for a long, lengthy answer, but you hit on actually a major part of what I'm talking to our superintendent about, and it is the development of these accountability systems.
If anybody else has marked that question again in a board meeting, that is right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah,
I will be made fun of tomorrow in the cabinet follow-up to the meeting.
Tonight.
I appreciate the thorough answer. Beyond that, I mean, the only sort of points that I kind of want to hammer away on, you know, is that kind of what you talked about a little bit, responsibility, accountability, you know, not just throwing data on people, but also ensuring that they have the support. But I do want to poke at that accountability after the fact piece, you know, making sure that site administration, because, you know, if a third of our students are saying they don't feel safe, if a third of our students are saying they don't feel that sense of belonging, you know, that is a very big substantive issue for me. And so some level, you know, I just want to poke at that accountability piece, like, you know, let's make sure we've got goals, we've got things that we're doing, and we're meeting those goals. And then the other piece that I want to poke at here is the, you know, middle school student, high school student honors accelerated, you know, and AVID. Is some of those numbers are a little concerning. And so it would be the same question that I, you know, just asked you about everything else, which is, how are we digging down on those? You don't need to answer again. But just want you to, like, something I want to bring to the surface for you is, like, you know, once we start digging down on those numbers, there are some concerning things here. And so to the extent that we can sort of address those, you know, and I appreciate the data, I think this is a critical piece to this. You know, I want to see us sort of moving in that direction of addressing some of these declining numbers. So that was all of my questions and comments, and I really appreciate this. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Mr. Fortino?
Thank you. Mark, we've had a million conversations, and thankfully, 9,261 parents decided to respond. That's wonderful. And yet those are low numbers. You know, what are we doing differently than we have done previously in order to both publicize the information we share with respect to the survey, and it's important, and who do we do that with? Who do we work with to, I suppose, get a different message out?
We'll continue that there's no perfect answer, and my answer is more brief than I did previously. But there's two things that we want to analyze. One is it's possible, and I'm not saying that it necessarily is, but it's possible that those 9,000 actually, if you look at it statistically, are representative of the whole. So it's not uncommon at all for researchers. So when you see polls, they're not polling every adult, but they're polling actually a very small number. Now, people should be very critical of those polls and what that is. But we have continued to have conversations about whether we go and approach it in two ways, because as soon as we would only go to a representative group, meaning we would figure out the mathematical number, and maybe that number, and I'm making it up, is 500. And then what you do is you have to actually randomly identify certain segments so that 500 is representative of the whole.
Yeah.
Do we do that? And there are pluses and minuses to that. we aren't in a position where we would ever say that's all we're doing and we're not giving anybody else the opportunity. But we continue to look at this because what we've seen, for example, with the LCAP survey, we've seen the numbers of kids. We're talking tens of thousands. We're talking huge numbers, and our staff responds at a very high rate. That's because they're in our schools. And they're a captive audience. So how do we?
Right.
So we will continue to work with our Family and Community Engagement Department, and it's wonderful having Lisa have a foot in that as well as a foot in our communications. So we won't stop. And what we do see is those numbers aren't declining. The numbers are increasing. And so that's ultimately we want to look for. I wish I had a magic pill for you, but the other piece of that we haven't implemented, and it would take work, is whether or not we do the combination. So we at least could say we've done a representative sample, and then we could look at the larger number we get and the representative sample.
Right. And when polls are taken, they're trying to get a cross section of people to give some legitimacy to their numbers. What we report are just numbers. We don't know who the people are in terms of their educational backgrounds, their or do you?
What do we ask? Caitlin, what identifying information?
Information.
We do ask ethnicity, and we ask whether they're a parent of a child in receiving special education services, EL services. I'm not sure for this particular one whether we ask if they are currently experiencing homelessness or foster youth, but sometimes we ask those questions as well. We don't ask the education level one.
Okay. Okay. We've spent time on outcome and you're doing the root cause analysis. When you on slide 9, when we look at safety, do you have any cursory thoughts on why the difference between parents and staff and kids?
I actually don't. I'd hesitate to even necessarily make a statement. I don't. Again, our sites may have a better understanding of why that is, but I'd hesitate to actually make any statement on that.
Thank you for that. And then
and it doesn't mean we won't look further into it.
Oh, I know that. I mean, all the work that's been done in the last 2 years, which is not a long period of time, is wonderful with respect to the developing data and utilizing data to begin to look at and ferret out the reasons for success or the reasons for continued challenges and stuff. It's to look at the numbers. Numbers unto themselves don't give you any information. And I know that you've been working hard to do the other work, which then gives you the information you need to make change. So that's good. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you for the presentation. And I know that we're always quick to find the areas where we need improvement. So first, I just wanted to acknowledge the successes that we are having and the fact that we have met the indicator that we're at the MET stat. So I want to acknowledge that and acknowledge all of the work that it takes from the school sites to the district staff in reaching those goals. So acknowledging that. But there are areas that we still need to improve on. And I think my colleagues brought up the school climate. A lot of the questions that I had were very similar. I just pointing out, for me, it's important to acknowledge that the school connectedness, sense of belonging, and safety, to me, those can really, they touch each other. And so if I'm not feeling connected, if I don't feel I belong, that to me can also mean safety. So I hope that we are really working to address that, because to me, a student can't achieve academically if they're not feeling safe, if they're not feeling a sense of belonging. So I'm hoping it's a strong priority. And I also wanted to, I think Mr. Fortuna talked about the difference between parents and then the student and staff view of safety, but also I wanted to acknowledge the difference with the sense of belonging. Parents and staff having a higher sense of that belonging than the actual students. So again, I think it's an area we really need to dig into. And, as parents, we need to talk with our children and to understand a little bit more, but also as staff to understand why we're viewing it differently. So that really wasn't a question.
I may have our Director of Research and Evaluation. I'm not sure what she'll do because I'm sure she's watching. But one of the things that we always do with the survey is also it's the question. I knew she was going to be here. Uh-oh.
She's watching you right behind you.
If she winds up to throw something, please give me a nod. But we always analyze the questions themselves to make sure that they're being interpreted in the right way. And one of the things we've done, for example, with the LCAP, and you've seen that data, is we ask the question, why? So if they're saying, here's a problem, why? And they're open-ended questions, and we go through that process. So all of these things are things that we consider because that's part of the question. If you're feeling this way, why? And so we're always looking at the tool itself also to make sure that the questions are being interpreted as we want them interpreted. And then are we actually getting to the why answers versus now we're doing follow-up to figure that out. So we're trying to determine whether or not, and then balancing that with the length of a given survey. So all of that, but why is the important question to be asked and for us to find answers for?
Thank you for that. When we look at slide 11, is it? So I guess when I'm thinking about slide 11, 14, and 15, we're talking about the accelerated math, we're looking at the honors classes. We're not seeing CTE on here. And so for me, when I see the graph with the numbers, we're never going to be at 100% because that's not the pathway for all of our students. So I want to acknowledge that the goal is not to be at 100%. But what does concern me is the disparity when we go to slide 14, I apologize, slide 14, when we look at the high school students. So when I look at Asian and Filipino, and I compare that to African-American students, and the disparity there. So I know that we're never going to see 100%, but I would like to be able to see those gaps to be a little bit more equal and to be able to focus on emphasizing recruiting. I know that we've heard from families that have felt left out, specifically African-American families that have been discouraged from taking some of those classes. So that's an area where I would like to see that growth, that there is less of a disparity and that we're seeing that across the board. And I think just for the public to understand too, that when they're looking at this, I might think that we should be at 100%. And so knowing that we have different pathways and academies, that what do the numbers look like in those? And I know that they're not part of this report, but in presenting it, it might be just good information to be able to educate the community as a whole. Just a thought. And then the final thing, just kind of talking about surveys and trying to increase that number. I get all of the surveys. And I think that as a parent, we get survey fatigue a little bit. And I know that all of those surveys are important. I, as a board member, know that all of those surveys are important. And so I fill all of them out. But I think that sometimes we lose track as which survey is this going to, what is this going to do? Because the surveys that I actually pay the most attention to is the one where I know it's directly affecting my child's school. And so when my principal says, and I get these as text messages, and I love that because I can do them quickly on my phone, I can sit down and put more thought into them if I need to. But when I know the direct connection and I know, oh, this is the survey that's directly going to impact my school and it's about the administration, I'm ready to go on that one. And I know, but the other ones I'm like, oh, I forget which one I'm doing. So perhaps in the marketing, just really tying, what does this survey do? How is this going to help my child? So just a thought.
And we do agree with you. The teacher and the principal are a far more effective and powerful messenger than I am to our families. No question.
Perfect. And that's all the questions I have. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Ms. Albiani?
Thank you. I have a few quick comments. My colleagues have stated many things that I would agree with. I want to draw attention to page 12, please. And I just think there are a few moments when it is so clear that our investments are paying off, and to look at that VAPA line, please, from 88 to 86 to 99. So exciting. We've put money in VAPA. We've said it's a priority to our board. And I just wanted to point out it shows up. So kudos to everyone involved, us, them, kids, everybody. I do find what I found interesting at page 13 and 14 was middle school kids were very up and down, 8 down, 6 up. And then when you go to high school, we really only had a drop in one group. The rest all grew. So I do still believe we're dealing with some COVID issues and kids coming back in and challenging themselves and being interested. And I really encourage and appreciate, it looks like in middle school, people are encouraging kids and telling them when you get to high school, you can do these things, be part of these things. And I think that chart, that's another thing, and appreciating and honoring what other people have said about the charts. I think that's a sign that this chart shows us as well, as kids, as they get to high school, are ready to challenge themselves and to keep trying at younger ages to say, you can do this in middle school, when we go draft them in 6th grade and bring them their class things. So that was an exciting thing to see. That's all I have. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for the presentation. I know there's a lot of work put into this, and I appreciate it. I want to start by reading this EGUSD learning vision. Every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. And I think that sums it all, why we exist. So a lot of my colleagues already share a lot of their thoughts and ask a lot of questions. So I wanted to look in a nutshell, because this is very general information, but it's very important information. So with that said, I think that we all could learn from each other individually and one school to the next. And in particularly in high school, where they're gonna be out in the real world, independent for the most part. So with that said, we just had our graduations, and the one thing that stood out to me, even today, is Franklin High School, where they had over 200 graduates with 4.0 or above. That was an astounding number to me. That was very impressive. And I recall attending a middle school, Summer Jackson, and I was talking to some of the principals in different levels. And I'm like, what are they doing that, has such a, what is Franklin High School doing different from other high school that has such a high performer in academic? And that's the example I want you to reflect on. If you haven't already, I believe you've done some of that already. But just for the point of recommendation, I think that we need to learn from one another. And I know that there's different household education background and so forth. And you can't totally have every student do what the parents or us want them to do. I get it. However, I think if we could learn from one another, from one school to another, from the elementary level all the way to the high school, and really drill on what are they doing really well in that school compared to the other school, and really see if we could make some changes and adapt to it. And I think that that's gonna really help us, because it's really about the intention that we putting effort into to create a cultural of sense of belonging, caring, supporting, and thriving to be academic success and life success. And that's my recommendation, my thoughts. And I hope to hear more positive things. One of the things that I see here, as far as the graph goes, it doesn't do justice to anyone on this graph. These two graphs, 13 and 14. I say that because I could be wrong, but because of the pandemic, I don't know how, I just don't know how accurate these really represent our students as far as the statistic. But then overall, what I like to see is that we gradually goes up gradually. And that's the hope. And my colleague has spoken to, we probably never get into 100%. I get it. But yeah, I think ideally, gradually improvement will be my hope. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Thank you, colleagues, for the great comments and insightful questions. I have nothing to add. This is not an action item. The action related to this item will come later on the agenda. We have another LCAP item, but I'm just going to ask really quickly. We're a little bit over our time for our customary comfort break. Shall we take that now? I'm hearing many emphatic yeses, so we're going to recess for 10 minutes.
Did you Thank you very much.
Did you want to go? Okay.
Continue with our next item, LCAP local indicators for the Elk Grove Charter School. Ms. Lavasser, I have a knot in my stomach. Oh, Ms. Lavasser isn't here. But we can't do Zoom anyway.
We don't have any public comments on this item. I know I have the list.
Okay, thank you, because I'm really nervous now about asking that question. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for these items?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Levine.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. I am Mark Levine, the principal of the Elk Grove Charter School, and I am here to present the local indicators for the Elk Grove Charter School's LCAP. It is the same foundational information as the district, so we're going to skip the first 5 slides. It's the exact same information. It's the same criteria, the same performance standards that we are being judged as. As you know, Elk Grove Charter School is considered its own LEA or local education agency. So that's why we have the same requirement to create our own LCAP and local indicators. So if we were to move down the slide presentation to slide number 5, and I will advance this, we can look at our basic services. So this is on teacher assignments. So the Elk Grove Charter School has 0 teachers of English learners that are misassigned, 0 teachers in total that are misassigned, and 0 vacant positions. When we look at our instructional materials, we have 0 students without access to instructional materials, which is a good thing. That's the good 0%. And then our conditions of school facilities, we have 0 instances of our school not being in good repair. On to the next slide. When we look at the implementation of state standards, we are reporting met. And this one, just like the previous one, is the same statewide scale, self-scale that we use from exploration to sustaining, sustaining being the 5, the best. So when we look at this one, recently adopted academic standards and or curriculum frameworks, we're reporting that we are at the full level. As far as other adopted academic standards and frameworks, we also are reporting full. So that's a 4 out of the 5-point scale. And support for teachers and administrators also full. Parent engagement. So reporting full as well for building relationships, building partnerships for student outcomes full, and then seeking input for decision-making. We actually are self-reporting that we are sustaining. So we're at level 5 for that. And a lot of that comes from the structure of our school, which necessarily looking at survey results doesn't always tell the full picture. But we have a strong format that allows us to get information from our parents, and that we require every parent to have a face-to-face meeting upon enrollment. So we're seeing our parents face-to-face. They still don't respond to surveys very well. But luckily for us as a small school site, we're able to have those meetings and face-to-face and get information from them as they onboard. Next, school climate. We implement and we use the same surveys that the district uses, same time frame. I'm sending the same text messages about please do this survey to our parents. So we're part of the district when it comes to our survey administration. The next 2 slides, 9 and 10, is just a quick snapshot when we look at school climate by theme. So this has parents, students, and staff. Kind of with a grain of salt in that we do have low survey responses, improved over the last 2 years. I think we're sitting at 87 and then 89 students have responded. Some of the ways we've increased that response with our 7th through 10th graders as we do it when they're in class during our advocacy. Difficult to get our 11th and 12th graders that are independent study to take a survey when we're sending it to them via link at home. We try to have our teachers do it when they come on site every week, and it's just one of those things that's been difficult, and we're working on improving. Within this area, though, more importantly, school climate, though, what we see is that the highest rating of favorability is with safety. Students are reporting 78% of students are stating that they are favorable, that they feel safe on campus. Knowledge of fairness of discipline, rules, and norms is 76%, and climate of for students for academic learning is at 75%. When we look at school connectedness and belonging, unfortunately, that is the lowest at 55%, but also indicative of a non-classroom based program where students aren't coming on campus every day and oftentimes maybe coming to the school because they don't want to be connected on a daily basis. So it's kind of hard to judge, this isn't necessarily a negative because it may not be what they're looking for. All right, when we look at school climate by theme, and this is by ethnicity, which we try really hard, but many of these categories have less than 10 respondents because it is it's a small school, it's a small number of respondents. So we have to kind of take some of this with a grain of salt in that once we get less than 10, the survey is not necessarily statistically relevant at that point. So we have to be careful with making too many decisions based on this. However, when we look at across ethnicities, overall climate scores range between 62% for Pacific Islanders and 79% for Asian students, where they're feeling connected with or safe at the school. Overall climate scores were in the 51% for EL students and 70% for socioeconomically disadvantaged, and then 74% for students with disabilities. The SED was the highest number. Over half of our respondents were students that were identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged. So we're getting a good cross section of them. It's about 20 students responded. All right. I'm going to go on to the next slide. Broad course of study. We measure this a little bit differently than the district as a whole. Obviously, we're not providing the same amount of programs within a single school site. And also for a school site that's a little different in that our target population who we're trying to attract to the Elk Grove Charter School. So for this local indicator, and it's important to know that these aren't all the indicators, right? There are other indicators within the LCAP in and of itself that we measure and analyze. These are ones that just fall within this broad area, broad course of study, which we are going to report that we have met. The three that we're calling out here is we're, I think, the only school in the district where we can provide students either to complete the comprehensive requirements for a high school diploma or the alternative requirements for a high school diploma tend to shift based 12th grade, depending on if a student is coming to us that may be credit deficient or may have a different path. This is very common for students that are already going to be a professional athlete, don't necessarily want to be A through G, or right, they've already signed a contract. And so we tend to make a shift. These numbers haven't changed that much over the years, other than actually we're increasing the number of traditional diploma completers. So we were at 79% for the class of 2022 and 21% for alternative diploma completers. I think previously we said around 26 to 27% of the alternative diploma completers. We obviously, by default, we plan all students to complete the traditional A through G pathway. And then we shift for each student as they go along, as we make an individualized graduation plan for each and every student. The other one is enrollment in community college. Based on our format, we really feel that students have the advantage to take community college courses or earn early college credits, just because they're not on campus all day, every day. We usually have anywhere between 20 and 30 students that are taking those courses. For this cycle, for the local indicators, we had 23 students that were enrolled in dual enrollment courses at the community college. And then career technical education courses. This one is declining, unfortunately. We do not offer a CTE program at the Elk Grove Charter School. We have tried to implement one over the last 3 years, and it just seems to be waning, and I'm kind of chasing the 3, 4, 5 kids that want one for 2 years and then don't want it after that. And then 4 kids come forward and say they want a different one, and we start chasing that one. We are trying to work a little bit in the field of dreams realm of strategic planning, in that build it and they will come. So that's kind of where we're sitting now. We're going to land on some sort of a CT program that we think fits in with our education model. Sports management, as an example, might be a good one to land on, and might just attract students to us that are already attracted to our program innately. So we had 0 students enrolled in our CTE courses. We did offer general business and sports management this year. We had 0 students that were enrolled. We had 3 students enrolled in the district's Explore CTE courses. That program's changed a little bit as well over the years. Now I think we're calling them satellite courses, and there's a reduced course list that students can take. And I think it's reserved for 12th graders. So we're going to see that probably drop even more in coming years. We may shift this as may not be the best local indicator for a broad course of study and then shift to something else. We have recently, as a sidebar, last year was the first year we offered AP courses at the Elk Grove Charter School, so we may start reporting out on that. We had 9 students take AP courses, take AP tests last year. So that's the first time in school history we had that. So overall, when we look at the categories that we're reporting out for the local indicators, we are going to report on the dashboard that we have met all of those. Once again, the requirement is that we measure it, that we report to our board, and then that we upload it to the state's dashboard. So for basic services, priority 1 will indicate that we met it. Implementation of state standards also met. Parent engagement met. School climate met, and broad course of study. All of those we will report that we met. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Levine. I'll start with Mr. Track. Any questions or comments?
I have one quick question. So on slide 9, when you talked about the school connectedness being generally lower, I was just curious as to if there's been any discussion as to how to bring that percentage higher, and if so, what are like the methods that you guys are talking about?
Yeah, that's a great question. So some of the things that we have implemented over the course of the last few years are more clubs on campus. So we've had an anime club, we've had a barbecue club 1 year, right? And we have a gaming club that seems to be really starting to build up speed. Students wanting to get into potentially even have an esports at the school site. Also, we partnered with Franklin High School this year for the first time, and Toby Johnson Middle School, where our middle school students could participate in the school dance at Toby Johnson. And then for senior ball and junior prom, our students were able to go to those events with Franklin High School. We provided, staff that were there as chaperones. And so that was exciting to have students be able to go to those at a bigger venue. On top of that, just as many events as possible, field trips, COVID, there was a big dip off on some of those things. You just couldn't do it, right? Didn't have staffing, didn't have substitutes to do any of those trips. But this year we have 5 college trips planned to go with students, small numbers, 8 up to 8 students to go with a goal of 10th and 11th graders. Seniors before the application deadline in November or end of October, and then 10th and 11th graders those following years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to start to my right this time and go down the line. Mr. Yang, any questions or comments?
I guess I'm either last or first.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the presentation. It's kind of along the line that I mentioned earlier, using, learning from one another. In this instant, charter school, I believe we only have one, right? School district. So, but there's other school that you can learn from. To have lived, the areas are a little bit need to work on, and I seen that you mentioned that the technical career is it program or classes?
So we would like to have a pathway.
Okay.
A series of 3 courses, right?
Okay.
That lead to some sort of a certification, depending on what the pathway is.
Right.
That's our goal, is to develop a pathway. But to get up to that, we have to provide classes within that pathway.
Right. So I know that most students, if not all students at charter high school, they have their side gig or sports, and they look for flexibility. My nephew was going to this charter school because he was playing soccer for Sac Republic, And the flexibility really help them. But what I would like to recommend if the school doesn't provide yet, that I think that the student could benefit from is like leadership class, public speaking, financial literacy, and cross-cultural. Those kind of course, I think, could really uplift them in general sense of life. So if you haven't had that, maybe think about incorporate to the curriculum, if all possible.
Absolutely, yeah. We do have financial literacy, which is a district approved course. So we provide that as a senior math. It's typically an alternative to students who are doing math 3 or statistics. However, I think it's a very good course for students. We also do provide a leadership class. It tends to change from year to year where we can fit it within our school's master schedule. We are a 1 building school, right?
Yeah.
With 6 classrooms. And we have to get very creative when we're trying to offer direct instruction and independent study for grades 7 through 12. But so going into this next year, we actually have a teacher that's willing to work beyond our contract hours to do leadership after school. So from 3:30 to 4:30, 2 days a week.
Yeah, and yeah, that's great. And one last thing that I want to mention is, being a part of the graduation of the charter school and you being the principal, providing some remarks, very emotional remarks, and showing a lot of, compassion and caring. And I think that that's the culture that, I love to see, because it makes the student feel like you care. And I think that speaks a lot of volume. And sometimes they want to make you proud because they know you care. And I think that, any sort of motivation that makes the student want to make other people proud of them and thrive to be better in academic or life, I think that's a bonus. So good job on your part. So keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. Be concerned if I were crying here tonight, but I do cry every graduation.
Yeah, you do good company.
I'm a witness.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all right.
I'm a crier. It's okay.
Ms. Biani?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just appreciate what you offer to our students as an alternative in our district, and I appreciate the partnership we have between us and I know you are continuing to change to meet the students' needs. It's very evident. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate that our students have this opportunity and the culture that you do provide. I know students that are at your school and are very happy with their experience. I also wanted to just highlight the dual enrollment. I think that's an excellent option. I really appreciate that you're working to provide that partnership for our students. And also the partnership with Toby and Franklin. And I think that that's huge, because I think you're right that students choose your school, and they're not connected. And that's the point for some of them, right? They want a different experience. But for those that do want that, I love the creativity in being able to make that partnership and offer that to the students. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We're appreciative of Toby and Franklin both being willing to do it. And, fingers crossed we had no issues first year, second year, same thing. It sounds like they won't cause any problems. I guarantee it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Fortuna?
Just one question, and then I want to make a comment. Mark, if you move into the area of providing more advanced placement classes, will your staff be able to do that equally?
Yeah, so that's our biggest concern with it is capacity. We already have staff wearing a lot of different hats. So those are conversations that I have with staff members about, are you willing? So we start off with, do parents and students want it? And then I talk with staff members, do we have the capacity to do it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, over the years, that's been one of the reasons why I've said no. I just haven't had the staff with the capacity to do it. Where we've leaned more on the dual enrollment as that advanced pathway for our students. This year, though, I have a couple new staff members that were more than willing to jump in. My concern, though, with that long term is that staff member goes somewhere else at some point in their career. Does the program leave? So I need to build capacity within to make sure, because it's a positive thing. We are going to see somewhat of a decrease in probably the dual enrollment because of it. That's the general question within our community is everybody here says AP. So yes, I have the exact same concerns.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it's wonderful that charter schools there because it provides flexibility to kids that need flexibility, but there's a limit to flexibility, right?
Yeah.
In terms of what you can do. And yeah, I think the Elk Grove Charter does a wonderful job considering its footprint. As people have to do a lot of sharing, but yeah, so many kids need to have an alternative, and that is a good alternative for so many kids. So thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Vargas.
Thank you for the presentation. I have no questions.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis.
Thanks again for the information. But I was wondering, where do most of your students demographically come from? Within our school district or outside?
Yeah, so up until 5 years ago, we were 99% Elk Grove Unified students. Since COVID, and probably the year before that, we have started to reach beyond a little bit. Within the law, we can provide enrollment to any student that lives within our authorizer's boundary, our authorizer's county, and any county that touches our authorizer county. So basically anybody that touches Sacramento County. That is still, we maybe have 15 students that live outside of Sacramento County.
And that's growing?
That's growing a little bit. Some of that is because of our partnerships with Sacramento Republic as an example. Yeah, programs with Sacramento Republic. Yeah.
So 15, so approximately, well, maybe 75 students are within our district. And is there any geographical areas in which we get most of your students from?
Yeah, that's a great question. We are predominantly Franklin High School, which is just geographically, that's where we're the closest to. So we're about 70% of our district students come from Franklin High School. The other two are actually Elk Grove High. We still draw quite a few from Elk Grove High. I think that's because we were on this side of the city for 10 years. So I still think we draw just a small, a number from there, and then growing numbers from Laguna Creek and Cosumnes Oaks High School.
Okay, on page 9, the school connections, you have the approximately almost same data percentage wise of connecting with our students, and so that's a concern of both within our school. I didn't mention this regarding the school district report, but same like yours. I understand it's about the same percentage wise, kind of, and so. Okay, and you answered that question very good. You're working on that. And you mentioned the building capacity. What's the capacity of your site?
So that's a great question, which unfortunately I get a little long-winded at times. I'll try to keep it concise. Because we're a hybrid model and we offer both independent study and classroom instruction for core, we sit about 325 students is about the maximum that we could have in our single site, with 7th through 10th grade coming every day. Now, if we were to increase the independent study capacity, which we could with our current site, we could enroll more 11th and 12th graders. However, we need a multi-purpose room with 2 more classrooms and a kitchen to really be able to grow. Our last petition, we actually have aspirational language to grow to 500 students. So that's the target right now, but we need a building for that.
A building?
We need a building.
In that same geographical area?
Yeah, there's an empty lot right next to the school, which is part of the district. I think I have the money as well. I just need somebody to push go and then you start the process.
Well, you have my support on that issue. I know the outcomes of your student body and the dual enrollment, I support 100%. Vocational educational component. How strong is that and job placements of students? Like, that's one big thing I think we lack district-wide besides your program.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree that that is an area that we need to grow. One of the benefits our students do have, though, is within the work permit process because of our flexible day, they can work jobs that maybe a student at Franklin High School wouldn't be able to.
Why is that?
Because they're not in school from 8:30 to 3:30.
Yeah, but you can work after. I mean, no.
Yeah, no, they can work after. Our students can work after and before and during. Right.
Right. I mean, I think. So are you familiar with our facility plan?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
How does that look? I mean, did
Mr. Pettis, I need
you
to stick to the item on the
participate in
agenda.
that
Mr.
study
Pettis?
report?
Mr. Pettis, I need you to stick to the item on the agenda. That is outside
It's an
scope.
issue that gentleman brought up. He needs to grow. And I was wondering if you were part of that.
Please stick to the item on the agenda.
Well, I'm talking about placements of student
You're
bodies.
talking about
He
school
needs a bigger
facilities, which are
place.
not part of the LCAP, sir, other than good repair.
Okay, that's your opinion. That's it. Good luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. I will be brief because some great questions and comments have been made and asked. First off, shout out to Franklin and Toby for being neighborly and providing those opportunities to your students. I first want to acknowledge that we have 9 comprehensive high schools, and the model for Elk Grove Charter is not that it replicate what they're doing, right? I just
Not
want
at
to be
all.
really clear that it's not the expectation, that's not the goal, it's not really feasible. But I want to commend you on continuing to explore and revisit those questions every once in a while about, hey, well, AP didn't work before, maybe now it does. So I really appreciate you kind of not limiting yourself and still kind of being open to things that may need to change. And with respect to the CTE courses that you were exploring, I know you're thinking about this a lot more than me and you don't necessarily need suggestions, but I really want to share the arts charter school in Natomas has a class that I personally am in love with that is really the business side. So what they approach it as is, if I decide to make my living as an artist, how do I price that? How do contracts work? How do I advocate for myself? And I think the same would apply for many of your students who are going into pro sports. And now that, I think it was the NCAA that decreed that even college students can be paid for the use of their likeness and things of that nature. So that might be an area of interest and definitely a valuable skill.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, again, this is not the action item, so we will be back later on in the agenda. Thank you for your presentation.
you.
So colleagues, quick time check. We're over an hour behind our estimated schedule, which had us going to 10 p.m. already. We have many meaty items on the agenda, including the budget, about 4 facilities items, Mr. Track's final presentation. So those are very substantive. I'm not saying not to ask questions or say what needs to be said. Yes, but let's please try to be sensitive to the staff and folks who have to hang out while we complete these deliberations and decisions. With that, next item is bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board? Come on down.
All right, let these guys get up here. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos, Rick Stansel, the outgoing president of EGEA.
Get that grin off your face.
Hey. But I just wanted to take a moment. I know we don't have a lot of time tonight with what's upcoming, but I want to introduce you guys. You probably already heard it through the grapevine that James Sutter
teacher at Folks Ranch Elementary School, has been elected the president of EGEA. And then Allison Bliss, who is a teacher at Edward Harris Middle School, is the new vice president of EGEA. So just on behalf of the association in the 4 busy years that I've had, what a role that has been. I just, in parting, just want to let you know how much we all appreciate, the relationships that we've developed with the board, myself over not just 4 years, but as vice president, it's been a little longer than that. And with all of the district administrators and staff that, those relationships and that collaboration that we have, I think goes a long way toward, getting us across as many finish lines as we can. And as we always hear that we want to get across as, an integral partner and stakeholder in what goes on in the district. So thank you all for, all of your support and camaraderie and relationships that we've had. And I'll be around. I'm not retiring. So, but James and Allison will be, I'm sure very excited and looking forward to working with you guys as well. So, all right.
Congratulations to you all.
Rick, James, will you be continuing with the periodic meetings with the board?
Absolutely, sir. Yes.
Good.
That is my full intention at this point in time. So thank you. I look forward to seeing you there.
You will.
Thank you. Any other questions I can answer?
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Prez.
do you support community schools?
So I'm going to ask that you not respond to that question just because I think we'd get into Brown Act.
I know
violation
CTA
issue.
does.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam President.
Yeah, and I
Thank you.
encourage Mr. Bettis to follow up offline and have.
Oh, you
that
asked a
discussion.
question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your welcome. Have a great evening.
You too. Next up, the first of our discussion items, Measure M, Community Facilities District Number 1 bond sale results. No, am I wrong? Just kidding. Sorry, I accidentally skipped one.
You got
Yeah.
Scare you.
To the board.
Sorry,
Report.
y'all. Okay. My apologies. Next item is Student Board Member Final Report, which we have been eagerly anticipating. Ms. Lavasser, I'm afraid to ask, but do we have any Zoom comments?
Madam President, we have no public.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Okay, take it away, Board Member Track.
It's good. It's good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so good evening, Board President Chair Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. And today I'll be presenting to you guys the student board member report for the 2022-2023 term. So first off, for the purpose of this presentation, I want to get into 4 main things, which is the student board member collaborations, the people I've worked with, which I'll get into later, the student board member activities like site visits, and then the findings from the site visits and the student interviews, as well as the interviews from the other site candidates, which again, I will be going into more detail later, and then the recommendations and opportunities for future board members. Also, I want to talk about the findings about the position and things that I think we have improved on, and we found also more opportunities to work together with the other site candidates. So for the student board member collaborations, the first thing is the student board member Instagram account. Thanks to Jamie, last year, she was able to gain a decent following on the account. So many students were able to reach out to the Instagram account. I know a couple times there have been students who reached out to me via direct message on the Instagram account, and we were able to sort out various issues. And I think that's something that the future board members should consider on working on, especially because of how accessible it is to majority of the students, especially in high school. And it's easy contact for them to reach out to me and as board members, and then we can reach out to you guys. Next is the California California Association of Student Councils, CASC Region 2. So early on in the year, they reached out to me via Instagram as well. And they actually invited me to go to a conference, and I worked with the students in that district there, as well as the board members in that district. And we basically we were sorted out into groups, and we discussed various issues that were generally found in various districts, and we worked together to propose various solutions. And it was very helpful to see what the other students were proposing. And then next is the Educational Equity Department. I contacted them a few times, and it was because of that contact, I was able to find out about the Young Men of Color Conference and how I got invited to speak there, which was a wonderful experience. Next is the student board member activities. So I did some site visits, which I think were probably the most productive thing I have done, aside from the interviews and collaborations with the other site candidates. But on the presentation Jamie presented last year, one thing she wanted to work on or improve on was outreach to the elementary schools and middle schools. And I found that through site visits, in-person visits were the most effective way to get in contact with the elementary schoolers and get much more feedback than if you were to do it online or on Zoom. Especially since elementary schoolers don't have as much digital freedom as high schoolers would. Not all the elementary schoolers would be able to provide feedback through, let's say, Google Forms or social media, because compared to high school students, they have a lot more restrictions. And the same goes for middle school students. Not all of them have the same kind of online freedom as most high schoolers would have. And through the site visits, I learned that the middle schoolers and the elementary students prefer much more interactive way of contacting the board member. And also, I found that the elementary students really like talking to the student board member because they look up to the student board member a lot. So I think it's a good thing for the next student board members to get in contact with the principals so they can do site visits, because getting in there and talking to them has a really positive impact on the elementary students in the community in general. Next, so rather than forums this year, what I figured was more effective was to work more with the other side candidates, which are the people I ran with for the position. Working with them made work a lot more effective because those are the students that go to their respective schools every single day. And being able to work with them, you get a lot more efficient feedback much faster than if you were to, for example, do periodic Zoom meetings, because you can get, not all the students can make it to the time on the forum. Some students will be able to make it, some students won't. So some people will miss out on the opportunity, which is why I resorted to working with the other side candidates more, which was very helpful. You could send them a message anytime and they'll get back to you in a few days with very good information. And then next, the Young Men of Color conference speaker I mentioned earlier. That was earlier in the year, and I got invited there, and I basically just acted as a panel speaker as a student board member and a member of the district, and discussed my experience as a person of color in the district. It was a great experience, and I recommend anyone to go there. The people there are very nice. And then the California School Board Association Conference, the one in San Diego, I actually went there. So the funny thing is, I wasn't aware, I think there was some miscommunication, but I wasn't aware of that there was actually a student board member section on like the first floor. So I actually went to Nancy and Mr. Hoffman's presentations for the first half. Great presentations, but yeah. And now the more interesting part, the findings from the site visits. So same as last year, there have been complaints about the restrooms and facilities. One new thing this year, people were talking about damaged equipment. I know some students have complained about the locks being broken, so which rendered the stalls unusable. There are still desires for dividers within the urinals for the men's restroom. Students have mentioned that although there are a lot of urinals, students tend to stay away from them. So the bathrooms are crowded almost every single time, and it restricts a lot of students' abilities to use the passing period to use the restroom. And then there's still the issue with vaping and availability of supplies. But on a positive note, many students are many students are happy with the items for females in the new restrooms. A lot of people have been very thankful about that. And then the cleanliness, which is again same as last year. Next was the counseling. There has been a desire for more consistent services provided across sites. And in addition to this, the advocacy lessons, there have been inconsistencies with the advocacy lessons in terms of how much attention is given to each student. I mentioned this in a few meetings before, but I mentioned that some advocacy lessons would dedicate more attention and focus to their lessons than to some other classes. Like for example, the honor students who generally receive more focused attention in the advocacy lessons. Next, I want to talk about student advocacy. After asking my fellow site candidates and interviewing various students, I noticed that there was a lack of awareness of the board meetings. There are many who are aware, but there are still a good amount of students who are unaware of this. And I believe that advertising the board meetings, student equity councils, and GenUp, all student advocacy organizations would greatly increase the feedback we get. So like the larger amount of students we reach, the more feedback we can get, which I think is a great thing. And speaking of student equity councils, middle schools and elementary schools are also talking about in the talks of incorporating student equity councils, and the high schools are actually starting to connect a lot more, which is a very great thing because student equity councils, they have students come from all backgrounds and they all work together, discussing various issues brought up. And it's different for each school, which is why I say it's a great thing, because each member of the student equity councils can talk with each other and figure out shared solutions and issues that they have at their sites, which is, I was going to say, in the opportunities for the future board member to be heavily involved in the student equity council, especially with the direction it's going in. And findings continued, communications. So for staff, communication between, for example, on-site teachers and students, that has been improving. Students and teachers are discussing with each other more effective ways to communicate with each other. It's different for each site, but generally they are figuring out more ways to communicate with each other, like utilizing Remind, which is a really great way. And I wanted to bring that up with the student equity councils as well, where they can share, because communication is a big problem across all the districts. And if the student equity councils were able to share the solutions for that, it would be a great help for all students. And school culture, there has been a desire for more activities. This is mainly for the elementary schoolers and middle schoolers. I went to ask, when I went on the in-person sites and interviewed the students, aside from the desire for better school lunch, it was generally more events. And last is my recommendations and opportunities for the future board members. Again, the student board member Instagram. The Instagram has a lot of potential to help resolve a lot of the students' worries. As I said before, a large amount of the community in this district, especially for students, are on social media. And being able to grow that following will allow much more students to inquire about various issues, things they want to know about, for example, student advocacy. You can promote more opportunities for students to advocate for themselves. The other thing I wanted to communicate was the better communications with the site candidates. I mentioned this earlier. I don't believe this was done as frequently as before, but this year I wanted to communicate with the other site candidates as much as possible, as they made the work balance a lot easier between school and this position. I know especially students who run for this position have like are very dedicated to their academic life, and communicating with those site candidates can take a lot of stress off and make work a lot more efficient. Next is actively participating in the student advocacy organizations I mentioned earlier. CASC is a great way to communicate with the other districts and other district students to help find how they resolve their issues. GenUp, the organization which took a large part in making the Student Bill of Rights. I believe that more students who are aware of these kind of organizations, the organizations will be able to receive more feedback and ultimately have produce more effective results. And then obviously the Educational Equity Department is a great collaboration for the student board members, and I highly encourage them to get in contact with them frequently. And then again, encourage student involvement in advocacy organizations, which can be done through the Instagram account. And that is it. And if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Track. Colleagues, this is not just Oliver's final report, it is his final meeting with us.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
don't look too happy. So I will open it up to board members' questions and comments. Mr. Bettis, I'll begin with you.
I'm going to say the same remark. My fellow board member down the corner over there, we seems to be like, you're the first one, I'm the first one. Can you go to someplace else with somebody else?
You know, other presidents have been a little bit better at mixing it up. I cannot keep track. I'm sorry.
I know, it's hard, but okay, I'll go. Yeah. Oh, very good, excellent report. Very proud of you again.
thank you.
I know you're gonna go far in education and possibly politics. Maybe the next Dr. Pan. Okay, here you go. Purpose. Then you later said site visits, interviews and all that. Okay, I'm gonna pass that one. Student board members, collaboration, education, equity department. I'm glad you met with them because that's a big issue within our district, equity at all levels. And you know that. But I want to suggest, there's other people within our district and groups of youth, and that's the Elk Grove City Youth Council. Did you ever meet with them or were knowledgeable that they exist? The mayor's youth commission or something like this?
I did not, but I was aware.
Okay, and what about the Sacramento? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they have a youth organization. And I'm glad you met with the young men of color because you have a lot of young men of color here in our district and that you got enlightened to a lot of their issues, I imagine.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
And can you possibly tell me where the big three for?
What is that? What big three? Sorry.
Yeah, the big three. Can you specify?
Concerns of
generally the big three concerns are the reoccurring ones from last year, and obviously the biggest one. There have been the most complaints about the restrooms. And communication as well. Communication is a big thing that can lead to many issues down the line. And that's something that the Student Equity Council has brought up, which is why I recommended the next student board member to be involved in it, because that will most likely be a topic that they will be discussing. And furthermore, collaborating with the other schools in the district to share information regarding it. And the last one, I would say, most frequent complaints is through the inconsistent advocacy lessons and counseling between the students.
I'm glad you mentioned that one because that is one of the biggest concerns I have within our school district. I do not like the ratio of students to counselors, and I need to get more counselors on our high school and middle school campuses to do more on one-on-one counseling, and that's include mental health and other issues that they may have. I'm glad that you went to our California School Board Association. That was just one time within your time period, or did you go to more than one?
There was If I remember correctly, it was a yearly event.
Yeah,
I-
yes, it's a yearly
As you
event,
know,
but
it's an annual conference.
yes, I know it's an annual conference, but did you just go to one conference?
His term is only 1 year, sir.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Mhm. And then we should make it 2 years. Okay, I know you learned a lot there.
Mhm. Yeah, especially from Mr. Hoffman and President Cho's presentations.
Very good.
Oh, good.
Oh, yes, on finding site visits and student interviews, counseling, ensuring there are consistent services provided across sites. Can you elaborate that a little bit more, please?
So generally, when I interviewed the students and the other site candidates, I was told that, and also amongst student conversations, that some counselors will give better attention to their students than other counselors. And it really fluctuates and depends on the counselors and the site, which is why it's hard to say the root of the problem for sure. But generally, there have been many students complaining about the inconsistencies.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Are you done, Mr. Pettis?
No, I'm just reading my notes and I'm going down to finding some site visits and interviews. I'm glad you did that. And I'm glad that you mentioned that our elementary students are very astute and proud that you go down there and visit them.
Yeah, they when you start talking to them, a lot of the elementary students aren't aware of the student board member position, but once you start describing it to them, kind of like see like sparkles in their eyes. I don't know, but they seem to enjoy talking to the student board member. It's a figure that they look up to. And I think that if the student board member were to visit next year, it'd be a great opportunity to, I guess, motivate the students.
Very good. Excellent. Excellent input. And the last one, recommendations, you know, a lot of these bathroom issues, that's been going on since I've been 2012 here, and we still haven't got a hold of that. And that's a constant issue. I'm glad you mentioned Instagram application. Most students use Instagram.
A lot of them.
Most of them.
Yeah.
Do you know what percentage maybe?
I'm sorry?
What percentage do you think? Any surveys out there?
No. No, but generally, if you go around asking any student, they'll probably say that they use some sort of social media.
Yeah, okay, networking. Yes, and you said you didn't say the word networking, but you did a lot of networking at all levels of school district and community interactions and engagement. What about parents? What, you go to PTA meetings?
I do not.
School site parent involved. Okay.
I was mainly more involved with the students and the various advocacy organizations. Not so much with the parents, but I did get some feedback through the students telling me what their parents said, but that doesn't really count. Yeah.
Yes, I'm glad you said that too, because I have been misguided by some students speaking on behalf of parents. They're more concerned about their goals and objectives than their parents. Okay, again, thank you very much. You're an excellent example. We're very fortunate to have you, Mr. Chuck, that, this was, this year the second one, and I'm very impressed on the outcomes of the people that we chose. And I hope you go on to further your education and represent students at the next level.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. Members, let's please keep it moving. We've got some big items that we cannot put over. Go ahead, Mr. Vargas.
I mean, it wouldn't be a presentation if he didn't get the Tony treatment. So I feel like,
God forbid you leave without that.
so So no questions. I just wanted to say thank you very much. Putting yourself in this position, takes a lot of resolve, a lot of courage, and you handled it splendidly. I unfortunately didn't get as much of a chance to get to know you as many of my colleagues because I came in a little late to your term. But I have been incredibly impressed by all of the work that you've put in. All of the questions that you have asked have been incredibly insightful and thoughtful. And I have every confidence that you're going to go on and do wonderful things. So thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortino.
Quick question.
Yeah.
How well has the district done in its yearly publication of the position?
Compared to last year, much better. With the school websites, as well as ASB. I'm not sure if every school is doing the same, but generally across, I would say 4 or 5 high schools, they have reached out to me in regards to the position. So compared to last year, much more students know about this position, which is a great thing. Students can reach out to me a lot more and as future student board members in regards to the worries. Of course, there is still improvements to be made in terms of awareness, but so far there is good progress being made.
Good, thank you. And thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you, Oliver, for your time with us. I appreciate you always reminding us about student voice, and you being here kind of keeps us focused on that. So I appreciate your position. I appreciate you asking questions and being involved and going out and talking with the students that you're representing. I had one question about the California Association of Student Councils. You said that you were able to connect with other students from other districts. And I was just wondering if the issues that you're seeing in our district, do they align with similar issues in other districts? Are these kind of, broader issues in terms of bathrooms or counseling? Is that a statewide issue, do you see, or do they all have varying issues that they're dealing with?
The short answer is yes. The only difference is the level of those issues, but generally the issues that I stated in this presentation, when I spoke with the other students, that was generally an issue that they also had to go through.
Okay. And then just the last thing, you talked about publicizing that students aren't aware of school board meetings and trying to find ways to publicize that via Instagram or other social media. One thing that Franklin does, and just because I'm a parent at Franklin, I get push notifications from Franklin's app that says that there's a school board meeting each time we have a board meeting, and that notification goes out to the students as well. So I don't know if that's something that other schools might want to do as well, or if they do that, but I get a push notification to remind me.
So that actually reminds me, on the slide where I talked about better communication. So there is a parent review and a student review app where notifications can be sent out. Students have sent in complaints that the app sometimes doesn't work and the notifications don't send. Like some students have said that in the beginning of the year, they would receive notifications through the app whenever they got new emails or grades updated, but later in the year, it stopped working. So improvements with the app would have a great impact on the communication issue.
Yeah, Parent View, I know tends to be glitchy, but this is a separate, Franklin has their own Franklin High app that sends it. So, but yeah, the Parent View, I agree.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani?
Thank you very much, Oliver. It's been a pleasure to have you on the board. It's fun to see your growth, and we wish you the best next year. I think your report was excellent, and I think it's a fantastic way for us to hear straight from students, and the communications and the suggestions for a structure that can go on beyond you. We appreciate what you've put in that will carry on after you've left.
Thank you.
Mr. Yang?
All right, Mr. Drack, thank you for your report. There is a thing that servicing other folks, it expands you, it expands your boundary, it betters you. And that makes me think back of the first time I met you and how little you spoke back then.
Yeah.
And some of us makes a recommendation and you have spoke up and asked some great questions and spoke up and make some really valuable remarks representing the students of our Elk Grove Unified School District. So I commend you for that and I'm really proud of you for that growth. This report, it's very thorough, touches all the points that a student board representative as you should do. And so I'm very happy to see that. So I commend you for a great report. My question to you is, on your findings, who do you communicate with as far as our Elk Grove Unified School District staff so that they could work with you to remedy some of these issues?
So your question is the staff I interacted with in regards to these issues? So in terms of staff, I mentioned the student equity councils earlier, but the advisors of those clubs are also heavily involved in making changes at those respective schools. So in terms of staff that you'd work with, it would be the student equity council advisors. And as I said earlier, it was more restricted this year because the student equity councils weren't as connected with each other. But down the road, when more communication is established through each site, those advisors would be the go-to staff, in my opinion, to help get these issues resolved.
Yeah, because I think it's very critical to really establish that line of communication and really hold folks accountable to get things done, because you are the leader of the students in our school district. When you are seated at the student board seat. So going forward, that's what I would like you to communicate with the future student board leader to make sure that that communication line is effective, active, and hold folks accountable to get those findings resolved in a timetable matter. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my turn. Oliver, it's been a pleasure to have you as part of this board. I know it has not always been an ideal learning environment, but I really hope that you have learned from this experience nonetheless, and that you will find it valuable later on in life. So thank you again for giving of yourself and serving your fellow students. We really, really appreciate it. We know it's not been easy on top of all of your other responsibilities. So thank you very much. I'm going to toss it to Mr. Hoffman.
Proud of you, sir. And I'm happy you had the opportunity. And this is kind of a unique piece of you. You didn't do this in your senior year. A lot of times the traditional is in your senior year. So you did this pre, and then you get to go back and have that experience too. So don't be a stranger. I think there's kind of a unique opportunity this time for the incoming board member to be able to bounce ideas off of you because you're still here. You're not off of college. So you may get rogue. When a teacher retires, one of the things we say is we're going to sign you up to be a substitute really soon. So just know, because of this kind of unique situation, there may be an opportunity for us to reach back out. So you may not get away from us as quickly as you might think. But proud of you. Super excited that you had this opportunity. The board members spoke to you growing in the role, and that's one of the purposes of providing this opportunity for kids is an opportunity for you to grow as an individual. So I've seen that happen, and we're better as a board and as a leadership of the district because you've been part of us. So appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
So Mr. Track, don't go anywhere, colleagues. If you will join me down there so we can present Mr. Track with a plaque and take a picture. And I know Oliver's mom is here, so please come up. Okay, so I jumped the gun previously, but now we actually are at the first discussion item. Measure M, Community Facilities District Number 1, bond sale results. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Coates, take it away.
All right, thank you. Well, good evening. That is definitely a hard one to follow. It is why we do everything that we do. There is more good news tonight. And I feel like over the last 2 months, I've been up talking about Measure M, the CFD, the refund. And so no one better to summarize the really great news for Elk Grove and the results of our competitive bid than CEO Lori Ranieri of Government Financial Strategies Services. Newly. Lori?
Good evening, and I don't want to fail to introduce my assistant, Celestial Thomas. She drives me when I'm traveling alone, not alone. She's my driver as well as my assistant, and she's been here a lot, and I think I haven't always remembered to introduce her because I kind of forget by the time it's my turn. But we're going to go really quick because I have good news, and I know that you've reviewed the material that I submitted. So I'm going to try and just flow through things very quickly. So I want to compliment the district on its use of best practices, always guided by the Government Financial Officers Association best practices. We've listed the ones that we were able to use here. I think you'll recall from a prior presentation, we had a great credit rating. And so when we sold our Measure M bonds, our general obligation bonds, they went out with a AA2. We had a great sale on Wednesday, May 31st. We were pleased to have Ms. Kristen Coates attend with us, or Dr. Coates, or I'm actually at this hour not sure what the right honorific is. But this is all done through the internet that people can bid, and all the we allow bids from all over the country. We're trying to get the most bids because the most competition will lead to the lowest cost. A lot of headlines as we approach that day. And of course, we always discuss is there a reason to delay? And one of the things we think about is going into the market at the earliest point that we are ready, because we do not know the future. If we have to pull back because there's something we're not ready with, then we will. Well, that really served us well because other people stayed out of the market. And so we got a lot of bids. So these were some of the headlines we were talking about. It's interesting. We've talked about interest rates. Everybody thinks interest rates are up. You can see they're not really that far up from where they've been the last few years. They're just up from where they were since 2020. And so our sale results, I hope I didn't press that too many times, came from all over the country. And this is what's really impressive. 10 firms bid. That is a very high number of bids. Most people couldn't name 10 firms in this industry, even though some of the ones you see in my dog is misbehaving, so let me deal with that. So you can see, and the majority of the bids come from New York, and you might be thinking that's kind of curious because most of these bonds will be purchased by people who are California taxpayers. But brokerage firms in New York have offices in California. They sell to insurance companies and mutual funds and investors in California, but really great showing to see all these bidders. And so just to give you some context, 10 bids was the most that the district has had in recent history. And we keep track of our results in our firm. And you can see we don't usually get this many bids as evidenced by the table. 7% based on the data here are 10 bids or more. So really a lot of bids, and that's very helpful in terms of the results. Why? I mentioned already few bonds coming to market. We had a nice size that was appealing both to regional and national firms, and then the strong credit quality. So that just gives you a sense of the bids. But, I look at the second place bidder and the last place bidder most carefully, and here's why. When we see a second place bid that is close to the first place bid, that tells me that there was good market information. The winning bidder didn't make a mistake and win, right? The second place bidder is close on their heels. So that's a good sign. Secondly, I look at the last place bid, and here's why. Most school bonds and most, frankly, municipal bonds are sold at a negotiated sale. I don't think that you would get the same pricing necessarily in a negotiation that you would get from your last place bidder, because your last place bidder put in this bid to win, knowing there would be competition. So that's why I pay attention to that. So to me, there's almost $2 million of savings right there. We did better than the budget in every category. Most importantly, is that our cash for projects is just under $900,000 more. And lower underwriters discount, lower cost of issuance, more funds for facilities. And as a reminder, we had lower cost of issuance, not only on this sale, but also overall, because we shortened the number of sales that we had. So cheaper to go to the market 4 times than 5. And then our estimated Measure M tax levies are even lower than expected. And, it was $38 prior to the election. Our current estimate is $31.87 per $100,000 of assessed value. We update that every year, but that's a pretty remarkable number. And I'll just say, it may seem like it's normal for you, but our team does a lot of third-party reviews. And I was just in a phone call last week with a district in another county. They're selling their first series of bonds. Their tax rates are already 10% more than what they promised voters. And they're wondering why. And I'll say it's the planning. We have to, as I've shared with you before, we plan for adverse conditions. And then if things are better than worse, then we get better. And so, but we don't face the situation where things aren't feasible. And so here's the bottom line. We have a nice graphic. We have been able to achieve $14 million more for facilities than we originally expected to get from Measure M. We received the funds faster so we could accelerate projects. And also, I would say, not incur the inflation on the cost side of those projects that we can bring on. And then a number that's near and dear to my heart, over $232 million less that we're going to be collecting from taxpayers than we expected. And when I was here before, that number was $222 million. So these great sale results made everything better, because when we get lower interest rates, we're able to restructure and amortize the principal faster. And that is why you have an action item following the sale to confirm all that. And you have that later on the CFD bonds. So really good news. Let me congratulate you. And so, not to be confusing, I'm going to go through similar information on the CFD bonds, of which we had 2 sales. And just a quick reminder, we knew we wanted to issue what we call new money bonds. We're borrowing against our future revenue to generate money for projects. And we said, hey, there's a refi that's looking like it may be good enough. So let's prepare, because it might be, even if it doesn't meet our normal criteria, it might be good for a ride along. Right? We're already going to the market. We can have some economy of scale. So our rating was very good, just 1 notch lower than our GO bonds, AA-. And, our CFD is very large, developed, has a great tax base. So that's good, but it is a limited tax. In GO bonds, the taxes, whatever's needed to pay the debt service, our Mello-Roos taxes, CFD taxes are according to our rate and method of apportionment. So that's why the difference. Same thing with using this bidding program. The name of it is kind of clever. It's called parity. But we actually don't want parity. We want separate bids, and we want to look for the best bid. And we were holding 2 sales. We did 8:35 a.m. for the refinancing, 8:45 for the new money. And the reason for that is that if we were able to do the refi, then that would structure things a certain way that then would allow us to do more with the new money. We couldn't do it the other way. And it certainly wasn't a negative, but that's why we did it that way. And of course, we're looking to get the most competition. Now, If it wasn't enough, with the last sale that we had to worry about the debt ceiling, this time we were pushing up against the Federal Open Market Committee meeting to announce what they would do with the Fed funds. And with great relief on my part, they did nothing. So we like that because we're in the borrowing business in this program. So when interest rates are not going up, that's good for us. And here's our benchmark interest rate. Again, you can see it's not significantly different than it has been over time, but you can see that the growth since the lows of 2020. So here's our results. 11 firms bidding on these bonds. And some of these firms we don't actually see bidding very often. So again, we benefited from just not a lot out in the market. So remember that all these firms have people working for them whose job it is to sell bonds, and the trader is putting the inventory there for them to sell. So if they're running low on bonds, they want to get more. And so when other people are staying out of the market because of uncertainty, that was an opportunity for Elk Grove Unified and specifically Elk Grove's taxpayers. So here's our range of bids. You can see the 11 bids. The last place bidder, just under $900,000 savings from the last place to the first place. And the second place bid was very close. So we like that. 7 bidders on the new money bonds, again, from all over the country. And we see a similar distribution. In this case, over $1 million savings from the last place to the first place. And again, the second place bid was very tight. And so we're again showing you 11 bids and 7 bids. That's not the norm for all of the school districts that we work with. So we consider that a big, big success. And the other thing is we look at it who won. So Morgan Stanley was the winning bidder on the refinancing, right? And then they came in second. Well, they're not as aggressive if there's, they just got some bonds, right? And then Citigroup that came in on 11th in the refinancing, they said, well, we better get these other bonds, right? So maybe they sharpened their pencils a little bit because these bonds, this is the use of parity. All these bonds are parity bonds, right? They're all paid from the same revenue source. So they're the same credit. So it's neat to be able to see the results. And we have here the information. CFD number 1 was the only California bond scheduled, not just for the day, but for the whole week. So we were able to capture the market. The refinancing had a relatively short term, and that's one of the reasons it was inexpensive. And of course, we had the strong credit quality. So we had talked earlier about meeting that threshold. The recommended minimum is 3%. When I was here talking about it before, we were a little over 2%. Well, the savings was 5.52% of a refinancing. So that was absolutely a slam dunk to continue with that. The total savings is 4.1 million. And where does that savings go? The taxes are going to be levied at the tax rate. It just means we have less tax money spent to repay these bonds. And that means that leaves more tax money either for direct pay-as-you-go expenses or to support additional borrowing in the future. So that's just a fabulous result on the refi. And this is showing that part of the whole structuring is to have that 110% debt service coverage of the projected revenue to the debt service. And that's how we came up with the next great result, which was that we sold the full $35 million of bonds that the board authorized. Now, I just want to share with you, we always set that number as higher than we think we'll get because we want plenty of room to grab it if we can, and we could. And this was a great example of where that conservative planning with room for upside really paid off. And you see it here with the additional facilities funding that we're getting now. So we're getting 8.7 more on the new money bonds. The refi, instead of taking any cash out, we zeroed that out so that I originally had said we could get $1.6 million out of that. We decided to take 0 out of that and take more out of the new money bonds. And so it was just more efficient to do that with the structuring. But it's over $7 million more out of CFD1 than we were expecting. So that's fantastic. It definitely meant that our strategy paid off. So that is the end of my presentation. I might have set a new record of talking to slides because I had 4 anecdotes that I could have told. And I want to end up with congratulations And the Measure M bond proceeds have already been deposited in the district's account. The CFD #1 bonds will be, are scheduled to be received by the district on July 13th. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. And if you're wondering what all the other pages are in the back, we have cost of issuance details, which is information that we want you to have. And then we have the last presentation, just in case you want to compare. So I'll be glad to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rainieri. An excellent presentation as always. Colleagues, Ms. Rainieri was with us recently, preparing us and, sharing a lot of information about these sales that have now taken place. And I know we had a lot of discussion then. So hopefully we will not have a great deal more today. This is a discussion item. We're going to come back to it later on to actually take action. So do we have questions or comments now?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I'm disappointed, but waiting and I don't get any stories.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Somebody said to me the other day, Laura, you always find the silver lining in the cloud. I'm always finding the clouds in the silver lining. And the moral of that story is, in the market, for every bet you make, there's somebody willing to take the other side. And what we saw was, even though people were on the sidelines, the issuers were on the sidelines too. So we were able to go in and get that market attention on both sales. And that's what made it successful. Now, we've gotten lots of bids before where there was more in the market, but we really had good fortune with this.
Well, I know we all appreciate its success, and certainly the numbers are going to bode well for us when we go out for another bond. It's fantastic that, we sold all the bonds. We come in way under what we had projected for cost to taxpayers. I mean, everything's a positive. So, and I know you work hard to get us there, and Kristen too. So thank you.
We want to be respectful of your time. So thank you so much for that presentation. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for collaborating with our team. It is an absolutely thrilling result to have even more resources than anticipated to create the kind of school facilities our kids deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, adjustment to school facilities fees, also known as developer fees. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. See, that's what happens. It gets late. Go ahead, Ms. Coates.
All right, well, another good thing for school facilities. This is an annual item adopted by the board. This is the school facility needs analysis. Put other ways, it's the developer impact fee. So this means that the cost developers impact fee is the cost that they pay to the district when they pull permits to build new homes, commercial properties. Because of the additional students that are generated, it's one of the revenue streams that you use when we're building new schools. The last time this was adopted was last July 19th. All notices as required by law have been posted and issued to all third parties. This was publicly published on June 16th with directly with the North State Building Industry Association, just based on our past practices. As well as all the cities and planning departments as early as June 2nd, and you all had received a comprehensive board communication as well. So as you know, you're authorized to collect school impact fees on new residential and commercial development. The level 2 fees before you in this study that will ask you to adopt via public hearing in July are stipulated based on a formula by law. In concept, this fee would pay 50% of a new school, with state school facility funds paying the other 50%. That is conceptual, of course, and rarely comes to fruition in that way. But important to note that a condition for being eligible for those, should there be new school funding, We need to be levying the highest developer fee authorized by law. So in July, when we asked to approve this study, you will be meeting that obligation to do so. So the proposed level 2 fee is $7.16 per square foot of new residential construction. That represents just a 12-cent increase, just 1.7% from the current $7.04 per square foot. And so with that, happy to take any questions. This would come back at the public hearing on July 18th.
Thank you for a great presentation, colleagues. This is coming back to us. So not seeing any questions or comments. Okay, Mr. Bettis.
The next meeting, when this is going to be on agenda, can we ask questions, have a discussion?
If it's on the agenda, yes, you may, sir.
So because of time, I might ask a couple of questions here. I noticed that the projections for the whole district on page, where is that at? B1. You have a table there, Elk Grove Unified School District Residential Development, 2018 to 2022. You have in that box, year 2022. You have single family units, 1,277, but multiple family units, 0. And I'm wondering, and I'm looking at the next page. That is the only year that within and projections that, and plus 2020, we had 0 that year too. Why is that so? That they drew the permits prior years or what?
I can't speak to why necessarily, but what I can say is we take a look at that average. And so it's all averaging out. So for the multifamily units, we're really looking at that 100 average over all of those years. And these are just pulled from the permits to your question that are available for record.
What do you mean by average? Where do you get how do you evolve that number? If you do an average?
Yep. So in that table, the years, because it's not presented, from 2018 to 2022, we have the multiple family units. And so we just complete an average of all of those years, which equates to, for the multiple family units, 100.
Oh, so you add those up
and divide them
by 100
number of years.
Mr. Bettis, were you asking why there were 0 for 2022? Is that what you were asking, Mr. Bettis?
Yes, 2020 and 2022.
Yeah. So I think the answer is there were no building permits pulled in that year for that category.
Are you sure?
That is the data that the city presented to us. So you're reading it correctly.
But I know, okay, well, how do you explain the fact that within River, what do you call it? Consumers Oaks area and Laguna, there has been new low-income housing. Is that reflected in this multiple family units report?
If there were a multifamily unit permit
low income
pulled in that year, it would be reflected in this report.
Those are two different things, though.
Yeah, there's not an income category here. If you look at the top, it's single family, multi,
So
right? But they don't break out income levels here.
Yes, I know that.
Multifamily is apartments generally.
Yeah, but
it's not necessarily low income housing, individual housing units.
they don't want to say that, but in actuality it is.
They're separate things.
And then presently on Stockton Boulevard between Florin and Elsie, there's a new development. Is that reflected? What year is that reflected in this report?
If that were pulled in 2022 or prior, it would be reflected here. I'm not sure when those building permits were pulled.
And how does that reflect the the capacity of elementary schools within that targeted elementary. Are we good? What?
Yeah, so what we'll do in a future meeting is the entire facilities team is taking a look at the entire impact of our residential development, commercial development, and we'll have a more comprehensive kind of study. This is really just to get us to raise those developer 2 fees. And then at that, in the board meeting in August, we'll go into what are the actuals, what are we projecting that to be, and what do we think the impact is going to be now and in the future?
So are you going to provide that data set or
August 20.
information to us next meeting?
August 22nd,
August,
workshop.
workshop. Very good. Okay, I read this place in this report that we qualify for some monies because of the fact that 20% of our school sites have relocatables, correct?
Yeah, so go ahead.
Okay, yeah, okay, right? And so I don't support relocatables. What happened in the process of the feasibility plan that happened?
I just want to, before you answer.
And you don't have.
No, we actually can't talk about feasibility plans right now. Anything that doesn't have to do with the item that we're on the agenda, so developer fees, we actually can't engage in that discussion.
That's
right
what's
now.
the title, adjustments to school facility fees,
I got
and that has an
yes.
impact.
But your question is outside of that scope.
It is?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
the 22nd, we'll be able to talk about it
Yeah,
in August.
August 22nd, sir.
So that's
Write
a
it down.
question.
Write it down.
That's a question you're gonna get from me. Why so many elementary schools have greater than 20% of relocatables. And I think either the planning process was.
Mr. Bettis,
And
you
those
you don't need
fees.
to restate a question that is outside of the scope. Thank you. And that question has
Fees.
excellent answer that I know Ms. Coates is really desirous of giving you that answer. So
Okay.
I'm going to be the party pooper and not let her.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you, folks, for the presentation. We have concluded questions and comments on that item, and I'm going to move on. Oh, did you?
Well, before we go to the next item, can I make a
If we make
motion to extend the meeting?
Oh, thank you. Yes. Mr. Fortuna has made a motion to extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock. Can we say 10:30?
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve extension of meeting till 10:30.
Moved by Mr. Fortuna, second by Ms. Albiani. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. I made myself a note to that and then forgot about my note. So we are, let me make sure I'm in the right place. We are moving on finally to action items. First up, Ms. Lavasser, we are going to be calling on you. So approval of the Elk Grove Unified School District Local Control Accountability Plan. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank goodness. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. And just thank goodness, because my stomach is in knots about the IT issue. So just, Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you again, Madam President. This is the time in the LCAP development and approval process that I respectfully request the board give consideration of the approval of the district's LCAP.
Thank you, Mr. Cerruti. We appreciate your lengthy presentation and with Ms. Yee earlier today, we've had a lot of discussion. So with that, I am ready to take a motion to approve the Elk Grove Unified School District's Local Control Accountability Plan for the 2023-24 school year.
I move. Motion.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by, it was Mr. Fortuna? Okay, Mr. Fortuna, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Oh,
Aye.
discussion.
Moment has passed, sir, and we've had over an hour of discussion on this.
Hey, okay.
So I'm going to repeat that vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Voice,
Opposed?
I oppose on the grounds that we did not have a
You need-
discussion.
That's all we need.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So let the record show, Mr. Bettis is a no vote and everybody else voted aye. The measure is approved on those margins. And the next item, which we also discussed, is the approval of the Elk Grove Charter Schools Local Control Accountability Plan. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any Zoom public comments?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Levine.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Again, I'm here respectfully requesting the board to approve the local control and accountability plan for the Elk Grove Charter School for 2023-24.
Thank you, colleagues. Having had a discussion on this item earlier on the agenda, I'm going to call for a motion to approve Elk Grove Charter Schools Local Control Accountability Plan for the 2023-24 year.
So moved.
Discussion has
Second.
already taken place. I believe the motion was by Ms. Albiani and second by Mr. Yang. Do I have that right? Thank you. All in favor? No, sir, it's already taken place. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record. Okay, so that was unanimous. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Have a
thank
good
you.
night. Our next item is the 2023-24 adopted budget. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Watkins, take it away.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, colleagues, and members of the public that may be watching at home. For those that don't know me yet, I am Amari Watkins. I'm the new Chief Financial Officer for the district. There is not a presentation this evening, a separate presentation. Your packet does include the proposed adopted 2023-24 budget as presented by Deputy Superintendent Kristen Coates at the last meeting during the public hearing. And as was shared then, this is a protective budget. It uses assumptions that may change with the final state adopted budget. Today, the legislature approved and forwarded to Governor Newsom, Senate Bills 114 and 115. And so it's waiting on the governor to approve the budget. Staff will attend the school services, school finance workshop in July. And following that workshop, we will likely bring back to the board, as mentioned at the last meeting, a revised adopted budget for a 45-day revision in August, likely the August 8th meeting. So we are required to submit a board-approved adopted budget to the Sacramento County Office of Education by July 1st. So in accordance with Education Code, I am asking the board to approve the 2023-24 proposed adopted budget as presented at the June 13th board meeting.
Discussion? Can we have a discussion?
Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes. I do. As I said earlier, I did not approve the LCAP because we did not have data sets on the local level.
This is not an
School site
LCAP-related
level
item. Do you have any
and by
questions or
region.
comments about the budget, sir?
Yes. And so therefore, and also I talked to Mr. Hoffman, he said that those indicators, outcomes will be coming to us next August. It seems like we are approving a budget before we even have data sets presented to this board.
What are you
on
claiming I
the
said?
on the priorities that this budget is going to fund.
Okay, let the record
And
show
it's-
you are
it's backwards.
confusing the budget
doing things
and the
backwards.
LCAP process. So I'm looking for any other member questions, comments. We did receive extensive information in our board packets, and we have had some previous presentations. So I think the context is clear that we need to meet our deadline to pass our budget, even when the legislature does not act in a timely fashion. So we're really going to come back with a 45-day revision and have a more serious discussion about this. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the 2023-24 adopted budget as presented on June 13th, 2023.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Yang. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Roll call vote.
Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I oppose on the grounds that
Just
not enough
let
data,
know your vote. You don't need to explain it. Thank you. Please let the record show that Mr. Bettis is a
not enough
and everybody
discussion
else is
time.
an aye vote. But the motion is approved. Next item. So this is what Ms. Coates and Ms. Rainieri were talking about a little while ago with a really long title. So you have time to walk up slowly while I read it. CFD number 1, Special Tax Bonds, Election of 1998, Series 2023 bonds. Consideration of a resolution prescribing the terms, conditions, and form of 35 million principal amount of the Elk Grove Unified School District Community Facilities District Number 1 Special Tax Rounds, Election of 1998, Series 2023, 7th Supplemental Resolution. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Coates.
All right, just to add, you've already had a comprehensive presentation on this tonight, but the acceptance of this resolution just prescribes the terms and conditions of the Series 2023 bonds. And this is where we would have that 35 million issued mid-July.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 35, prescribing the terms, conditions, and form of the Series 2023 bonds.
Move the motion.
Moved by Mr. Yang. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Fortuna. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? Measures approved unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Coates. The next item is basically the same thing, but these are the refunding bonds. But for the record, I'm going to read the entire title. CFD number 1, Special Tax Bonds, Election of 1998, 2023 Refunding Bonds. Consideration of a resolution prescribing the terms, conditions, and form of 59,370,000 principal amount of the Elk Grove Unified School District Community Facilities District Number 1 Special Tax Bonds, Election of 1998, 2023 Special Tax Refunding Bonds, a supplemental resolution. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any Zoom comments?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Coates.
Nothing additional to add. This just allows us, with acceptance of this resolution, to receive the funds and do good work with our facilities.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. I would like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 96, prescribing the terms, conditions, and form of the 2023 special tax refunding bonds.
Move the motion.
Second.
By Mr. Yang, second by Ms. Albiani. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measures approved unanimously. Thank you. And our next item is board member and superintendent reports. Reminder, colleagues, this is for official board subcommittee work or assignments, for example, where you represent us on the at the county level, CSBA, that sort of thing. Do we have any updates?
No.
Mr. Hoffman? Okay, thank you. Last item, consideration of future agenda items. Do we have anything?
Yes, I'd like to make a request that we get reviewed on the California State Plan for Career Technical and Education.
That we
The
get,
Vision for Equity and Excellence in CTE. That just been passed by the California School Board.
I just want to make sure I understand you. Did you say that we get reviewed?
That we get a workshop, have a workshop on this, or what do you call it, a presentation on what the California State Plan for Career Technical Education could help us on career planning pathways.
Okay, noted, sir. Do we have a second?
No second.
Was that a second, sir? For a board presentation on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't just.
I got a second. Mr. Forcina said second.
Okay, that motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Roll call.
I heard 2 ayes.
You did?
Make sure, am I correct there? Okay, noes?
Aye.
So
Gee.
measure fails.
Oh.
Thank you, folks. I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 10:05 PM.
Hold on. We had a death of a student in our district.
We've
and-
concluded
and-
meetings.
and-
We've
and-